It is after midnight, and you are lying in the dark with your eyes closed, and the images have not stopped. A face. A message you read one too many times, hunting for a tone that was never in it. The thing you should have said, replaying now with the answer you only found an hour too late. The room around you is dark, but the wall behind your closed eyes is not. It flickers. You know this wall. You have been watching it for a while now. Let your shoulders drop. There is nowhere you have to be. Here is the strange part. A man named Plato described this exact room about 2,400 years ago in a city called Athens, in a book we now call the Republic. He never knew your name or your century, but he knew the wall. He knew the flickering shapes that cross it, and he knew how it feels to lie still and take those shapes for the whole of the world. In the 7th book of the Republic, he tells a small story about a cave. Picture people underground, deep in the rock, chained since they were children so that they can only face one blank wall. They cannot turn their heads. Behind them, up and back, a fire burns. And between the fire and their backs, shapes pass by, and those shapes throw their shadows forward onto the wall. The prisoners have never turned around. They have never seen the fire. They believe the shadows are everything there is, and they have grown very good at naming them. Feel the weight of your body where it rests. Notice your breath. You do not need to change it. Plato said one more thing, and this is the part to hold gently tonight. He said that one of them is set free, one of them turns around. We are going to walk down into that cave together, slowly, and then we are going to walk back out of it. There is no hurry in this. You do not have to follow every step. You do not have to stay awake to reach the end. If your mind drifts off somewhere, let it drift. The cave will still be here, and so will I. Nothing you hear tonight asks anything of you. For now, just keep that one freed prisoner somewhere in mind. He turns from the wall he has watched his whole life, and what he sees at first does not feel like freedom at all. It is closer to pain. Why the light should hurt before it helps is a thread we will pick up much later, when you are further down and further in and softer than you are now. The shadows on your own wall can keep moving while we talk. Let them. You do not have to name a single one of them tonight. You do not have to chase them. They are only shadows, and they are cast by something you cannot see from where you lie. That is the whole of it, really. A dark room, a wall of moving shapes, and the quiet question of what would happen if you turned around. We will get to the turning. We have all night. But before we climb down into the cave, it helps to know something about the man who first imagined it, lying awake perhaps in a room not so different from yours. Because Plato was not born a philosopher, and he did not begin with caves and fire and the sun. He began as a boy in Athens, with broad shoulders and a name that was not quite his own. So let us start there. With the boy they called Broad. Before he described that room, before there was a cave to walk down into, there was a boy in Athens with a wrestler's shoulders. Let your shoulders drop. He was born around 428 BCE into one of the oldest families in the city, the kind that traced its blood back to kings and lawgivers. Wealth, standing, a seat near the center of everything that mattered in Athens. If any child was raised to look at the wall of the world and name its shadows well, to inherit the whole game of reputation and win it, it was this one. And here is the small detail that changes it. His name may not have been Plato at all. The story comes down to us from a later writer, Diogenes Laertius, who gathered the lives of the old philosophers centuries after they died. He tells us the boy was given the name Aristocles after his grandfather. Plato was something else, a nickname. Platos in Greek means broad. Some said it was for the breadth of his shoulders, thick from the wrestling ground. Some said it was his forehead, wide and open. Others said it was the breadth of his talk, the way his speech seemed to reach across more ground than other men's. We do not know which is true. Perhaps none of them. But there is something worth holding in a man remembered forever by a word that means wide. Feel the weight of your body where it rests. Because he was, first, a body. Before he was the philosopher of the invisible, of eternal patterns behind passing things, he was a young man who trained. He wrestled. The stories say he competed, that he was strong, built low and solid. Wrestling in Athens was not a game played gently. Two men gripped each other, and each tried to put the other down in the dust, and the whole art of it was learning to keep your feet when someone was pulling you off them, to be thrown and rise, and set your stance again. The body learns things the mind cannot say, he wrote too. Not philosophy, not at first, poetry. Tragedies, some say, and verses, the ordinary ambitions of a gifted young Athenian who might have grown into a playwright, another voice in the crowded theatres of the city. He had the ear for it. He had the words, and then, the story goes, he burned them. The account has him meeting an old man in the marketplace, hearing him speak, and going home to put his poems in the fire. Whether it happened exactly so, no one can say. These are old stories, passed hand to hand, but the shape of it is true to the man. Somewhere in his youth he turned away from the life laid out for him, the poet's laurels, the politician's seat, the family's expectation, and toward something harder and quieter that had no obvious reward. Notice your breath. You do not need to change it. Think of what he set down. A name that promised him a place, a talent that could have made him admired, a city that was his by birth to lead. All of it, in the language of the room we entered, was shadow, reputation, the picture of the life he was supposed to want. And this broad-shouldered young man, who had every reason to spend his years naming those shadows and winning at it, began instead to suspect that the whole wall was not the world. That is the strange thing about him, and it starts here. Long before any of the ideas, the man who would map the mind, who would tell us the visible things are copies of something more real we cannot yet see, began as a body. a wrestler, someone who had learned, in the plainest way a person can learn it, how to be thrown and not stay down, how to lose your footing and find it again. Nothing you hear tonight asks anything of you. You do not have to remember his dates or his names. Let them pass. But keep, if you keep anything, the picture of the boy. Broad across the shoulders, wide in the brow. Standing in the dust of the wrestling ground, learning the one lesson that would hold under everything else he ever built. He had not yet met the old man who would change the direction of his looking. That meeting is where we go next. He wore no shoes. That is one of the first things people remembered about Socrates, an old man walking barefoot through the Agora, the open marketplace at the heart of Athens, stopping men in fine sandals to ask them what they meant by the words they used every day. By the time the young Plato found him, the city was tired. Athens had fought Sparta for most of 30 years, a long war, the one we call the Peloponnesian, that ended in defeat in 404 BCE, when Plato was still a young man. The great fleet was gone. The confidence was gone. Into that exhausted city walked a man who owned almost nothing and wanted almost nothing, and who spent his days asking questions. Let your shoulders drop. Socrates did not teach the way teachers taught. He did not stand at the front and pour knowledge in. He asked, "What is courage? What is justice? What is it exactly that you love when you say you love the good?" And the men he asked, generals, poets, priests, men certain of their trade, would answer quickly the way you answer something you have never once doubted. Then he would ask again and again. And somewhere in the fourth or fifth question, the certainty they had carried into the conversation would come apart in their hands. That was the whole of it. He rarely told anyone the answer. He was not sure he had it. He only turned people around to look at what they already thought they knew and let them see for the first time that they did not know it. Feel the weight of your body where it rests. There is a detail here worth holding. Socrates never wrote a word. Not one book, not one line meant to last. Everything we have of him comes through others, most of all through Plato, the young wrestler who put down his poetry and picked up his teacher's questions instead. The man who would go on to write more carefully than almost anyone in the ancient world gave his life to a teacher who refused to write at all. Think about what that means. Plato watched the deepest man he ever knew leave nothing behind but the shape of a conversation. Not a doctrine, not a system, a way of turning, because that is what the questioning was, a turning. Socrates did not fill people up, he turned them around. He took a man who was facing one direction, sure of what he saw, and got him to face another. Years later, when Plato sat down to describe how a soul learns, he would reach for exactly this image, not a light switched on in a dark head, but a body turned slowly to face what was there all along. And here is the small detail that changes it. That turning is the same motion exactly that a prisoner will make much later tonight in a cave we have not yet entered. Hold that gently, it returns. For now, stay with the marketplace. A young man of good family, trained to win, trained to stand when thrown, meets an old man who wins nothing, owns nothing, and cannot be thrown at all, because he has already let go of everything a man could take from him. Plato had wealth, name, a path laid out toward the assembly and the courts. He set it down. He followed the barefoot man into the questions instead. Nothing you hear tonight asks anything of you. We do not know the day they met. We do not know the first thing Socrates asked him. We only know the size of what followed, that a single relationship between two men in one worn-out city became the root of most of what the West would later call philosophy. One of them wrote nothing. The other wrote for 50 years and put his own words in his teacher's mouth, so that the man who would not write could go on speaking anyway. The body already knew this before the mind did, that some teachers give you an answer and a very few give you a turn. Plato had his turn. He had found the one person who could throw him and leave him grateful for it. But Athens was not grateful. The city that let Socrates walk its marketplace for 50 years was, in the end, about to decide it had heard enough of his questions. By 399 BCE, the war was over, and Athens wanted someone to blame. Sparta had won. The city that once led Greece had lost its fleet, its confidence, its sense of being right about everything. And in that sour, frightened season, an old man who asked too many questions made an easy target. They charged Socrates with two things: impiety, not honoring the gods the city honored, and bringing in strange new ones, and corrupting the young, filling the heads of Athenian sons with doubt. A jury of 500 citizens gathered to judge him. Plato, still a young man, sat somewhere in that crowd and watched. Socrates did not beg. We have his defense because Plato wrote it down later in the dialogue we call the Apology, and the word does not mean saying sorry. In older English, it meant a defense, a speaking for. Socrates spoke for his whole life. He told the jury that a voice inside him had always warned him away from wrong, and that he could not stop asking questions even to save himself, because the unexamined life, he said, was not worth living for a human being. The jury found him guilty. Then they voted again on the punishment and voted him to death. Notice your breath. You do not need to change it. Here is the part worth holding. The men who condemned Socrates were not villains in their own eyes, they were sure. They believed they were defending their gods, their sons, their city against a dangerous old man. They went home that night, certain they had done a good and necessary thing. The tragedy was not that bad men killed a good one. The tragedy was that ordinary, certain men did. And this is the seed of something we will come back to near the end, so let it rest lightly. There are two kinds of not knowing. One is the kind Socrates carried all his life. He knew that he did not know, and so he kept asking, kept looking, kept turning things over. That kind is humble. It leaves a door open. The other kind is more dangerous, and it does not feel like doubt at all. It feels like certainty. It is not knowing that you do not know, being so sure you are right that you never think to look again. That was the jury. That was the whole city on that day. They were not troubled. They were confident. And confidence, when it has stopped asking, is the most closed thing a mind can be. Hold that gently it returns later. The sentence was death, but it was not carried out at once. There was a festival. A sacred ship had sailed to Delos, and by law, no execution could happen until it returned. So Socrates waited in prison for a stretch of days, and his friends came, and he talked with them as calmly as he ever had about the soul, about whether a man who has lived well should fear the end. In that cell the light came and went through a small high window. When the time came, the city handed him a cup of hemlock, a slow poison, and he drank it. An old man was made to die for the crime of asking questions. Plato was somewhere near the edge of all this, perhaps 28 years old, watching the wisest and, he would always say, the most just man he had ever known be voted out of the world by a show of hands. You can imagine what that does to a person. You could let yourself go hard. You could decide that the crowd is always a mob, that questions are dangerous, that it is safer never to think out loud again. Let your shoulders drop. None of this is yours to fix tonight. And the dates, 399, the 500, the hemlock, the ship, you do not need to hold any of them. Let them pass like everything else, like the day's faces on the wall, here and then gone. What matters is much smaller and will keep until morning. A young man watched certainty kill the one person who had taught him to doubt, and then had to decide what to do with that. The grief was real, and it did not fade quickly. So was the choice now sitting in front of him. He did not do the thing you would expect. So the teacher was gone, and the student was young, and the city went back to its business, as if nothing had happened. Plato was in his late 20s. He had watched the fairest, wisest man he knew condemned by a show of hands, and he did what a grieving man often does. He left. He went first to Megara, a short walk up the coast, where other students of Socrates had gathered to keep talking. Then the old stories say he travelled further and for longer, years of it. Perhaps to Egypt, to the priests who kept records older than Athens itself. Perhaps to Cyrene for the mathematics, and, most important for us, to southern Italy and Sicily, where he found the Pythagoreans. Let your shoulders drop. The Pythagoreans were followers of Pythagoras, the man whose name is stuck to the triangle you learned in school. But they were stranger than that, and quieter. They lived together in a kind of brotherhood. They kept silences. They believed that underneath the noise of the world ran number, that the length of a plucked string and the note it sang were bound by a plain ratio, and that the same hidden order held the stars in their circles. Reality, they thought, was written in a language you could not see, only reason your way toward. Hold that gently. It returns later. You can feel already what this gave the grieving young man. Socrates had shown him that the crowd could be certain and wrong. The Pythagoreans showed him something to set against the crowd, a real that did not care what Athens voted, an order that stayed true whether anyone believed it or not. A triangle does not take a pole. The angles hold in the dark forever. Notice your breath. You do not need to change it. So Plato came home, not to avenge his teacher. There was no revenge that would have meant anything, and he was not that kind of man. he came home to build. Around 387 BCE, in a grove of olive trees on the edge of Athens, on ground sacred to a local hero named Hecademos, he founded a school. It took its name from that ground. We still use the word. The academy, picture it plainly, not a great marble hall, at least not at first. A garden, walking paths under the trees. Young men and, the sources hint, at least a woman or two coming to spend not an afternoon but years. Over the door, a later tradition says, ran a line about geometry. Let no one enter who has not studied it. Whether or not those words were really carved there, they tell you the temper of the place. This was not a school for winning arguments in the marketplace. It was a place to train the eye until it could bear to look at what is real. Here is the small detail that changes it. The men who put Socrates to death had been sure and mistaken and powerful. Plato could not fix that. He could not undrink the hemlock. What he could do was slower and stranger. He could build a place where a person might learn over years to tell the difference between what merely seems and what truly is, to catch the certainty in themselves before it hardened into a verdict. He taught there for the rest of his life, close to 40 years, until he died an old man around 348 BCE. A student named Aristotle walked in as a teenager and stayed 2 decades. The school itself outlasted them both by centuries. Think of the strangeness of that answer. A city kills your teacher, and you reply not with a knife or a speech in the assembly, but with a garden and a rule about triangles. It is the reply of a man who has decided the real enemy was never the jury. The enemy was the ease with which any of us can be sure. And somewhere inside those walls, in those years, an old grief still working in him, Plato wrote a story. A story about people who had spent their whole lives sure of what they saw, and about one of them who was set free and turned and found the world was not at all what the wall had told him. If your mind has wandered, that is fine. He set that story underground, in a chamber, in the dark, with a fire. Let us go down there now. So here is the picture he drew inside those walls for his students to sit with. He does not argue it, he simply asks you to see it. Imagine a chamber under the ground, a long cave cut into the rock, with a mouth open to the daylight far above and far behind. Down at the bottom, in the dark, there are people. They have been here a long time. They were brought here as children, and they have never once stood up. Picture the chains, not just at the wrists, around the legs and around the neck, so that each head is held in one position and cannot turn. These prisoners can look in only one direction, forward, at the wall in front of them. That is all they have ever seen. A wall of bare stone, close enough to fill the whole of their sight. Let your shoulders drop. Behind them and higher up, a fire is burning. They cannot see it, their necks will not let them turn to find it. But it is there, throwing its light over their shoulders and onto the wall they face. The fire is the only light in the cave. Everything they will ever look at is lit by it. Now hold those two things together, because the whole story lives in the space between them. A fire the prisoners cannot see, a wall they cannot stop seeing, and they have been watching that wall since before they had words. This is Book 7 of the Republic. Socrates is speaking, telling it to a young man named Glaucon, and he tells it slowly, the way you build something you want to last. Prisoners, chains, a fire behind. He is in no hurry, and neither are we. Feel the weight of your body where it rests. Think for a moment about what it would mean to be one of them. You would not feel chained. You would not feel trapped or robbed or asleep. You would simply feel that this is the world, the wall, the shapes that move across it, the cool of the stone, the voices near you in the dark. You would have no other world to compare it to. Nothing would seem missing, because you would not know that anything could be there to miss. The chains would not feel like chains. They would feel like the shape of things. They would feel like nothing at all, the way your own eyes feel like nothing to you now. And that is the quiet trap Plato has built. It is not that the prisoners are suffering and long to escape. It is that they are comfortable and do not. There is a quieter layer beneath that. Because the whole story, all of it, everything that happens over the next pages and everything we will follow tonight turns on one small event. One thing changes. One of the prisoners is set free. The chains come off one man. He is allowed at last to stand and turn and look at what has been behind him the whole time. And here is the detail to carry with you. When it happens, the first thing he feels is not gratitude. Hold that gently. It returns later. You might expect joy. You might expect the man to weep with relief, to thank whoever loosed the chains, to run toward the light. He does none of that. What he feels first is pain. The turn hurts him. The light hurts him. And for a while he wants nothing more than to be chained again, facing the wall, where things were clear and easy and did not ache. We will come back to that, to why the light hurts before it helps. It is one of the truest things in the whole story, and it is worth waiting for. For now, just leave the man there, newly freed, blinking in a brightness he never asked for. Leave the others beside him, still chained, still watching, certain that the wall is everything there is. Neither of them knows yet that the story has already turned. The fire crackles behind them. None of this asks anything of you tonight. You do not have to free anyone. You do not have to turn. You are lying still in the dark, and the cave is only an image, and images can be held loosely. But before we follow the freed man up and out, we have to look more closely at that wall, at what exactly is moving across it and who is making it move. And the fire burns behind them. Now look at what stands between the fire and the chained men, because this is where the whole picture turns. There is a walkway, raised a little off the ground, running the length of the chamber behind the prisoners' backs. Along the near edge of it, someone has built a low wall about the height of a man's chest, Plato, in Book 7 of the Republic, compares it to the small screen that puppeteers set up in front of themselves, the screen they raise their puppets above. That is the shape of it. A path, a low wall, and the firelight beyond. And along that path, people walk. They carry things. Carved animals of wood and stone. Figures of men. Cups, tools, the ordinary furniture of a city, lifted above the little wall so that the fire catches them. The carriers themselves stay hidden below the wall's edge, only the objects rise into the light. So the fire throws the shadow of each object onto the wall the prisoners face. A carved horse passes, and a horse-shaped darkness slides across the stone. A jar passes, and a jar. Some of the carriers speak as they walk, and their voices ring off the far wall and come back, so that even the sound seems to belong to the shadows. To the men in chains, the shadow is not a copy of anything. The shadow is the thing. They have never seen a horse. They have seen the dark shape of one, moving on a wall, and they have called it by its name. Feel the weight of your body where it rests. This is the part that is easy to pass over, so stay with it a moment. The prisoners are not fools. They are careful. They study the wall the way an honest man studies his work. They learn which shadows come often and which come rarely. They notice that this shape usually follows that one. They give the shapes names, and the names hold, because everyone around them uses the same names for the same shadows. Nothing contradicts them. There is no other world in the room to check against. And so, Plato tells us, they compete. Among the prisoners there are honors and prizes. The man who is quickest to recognize a passing shadow wins them. The man who remembers the order best, who can say which shape comes next before it arrives, is admired. He is the sharp one. The others defer to him. On the wall of shadows, he is wise. Hold that lightly, because it is close to home. You have named your shadows too. You have spent years learning them, the moods of the people you answer to, the small signs that a room is turning against you, the shape of approval and the shape of its absence. You are good at it. You read the message and know the tone before the words finish. You feel the mood of the table before anyone speaks. This is real skill, earned slowly, and some part of your standing rests on it. You are, in your own chamber, one of the sharp ones. And it is exhausting, though you may not have named the exhaustion yet, because the shadows never stop moving and the prize is never finally won. There is always the next shape to predict, the next mood to read, the next passing thing to name before it passes. You call it being busy, you call it being tired. The prisoners would have no word for it at all, because to them it is simply what living is. You lie here in the dark, and part of you is still watching the wall, still guessing what comes next. Nothing you hear tonight asks anything of you. You do not have to solve this. You only have to see it, that the wall you have studied so well was never the whole of the world, and that the skill you are so tired from was, all along, the skill of reading shadows. Let your shoulders drop. The prisoners do not know any of this. They cannot. From where they sit, the wall is everything, and the sharp ones are the wise ones, and that is simply how the world is arranged. It would take something violent to change it. It would take one of them being pulled loose from the chains, turned around, and made to look at the fire itself. And that is exactly what happens next to one of them. Before we go down into what any of it means, hold one more thread. Just hold it loosely, the way you might hold something in a half-open hand. You do not have to carry it anywhere tonight. In the story Socrates tells to Glaucon, in Book 7 of the Republic, something happens to one of the men on the floor of that cave. He is not chosen for being clever. He is not braver than the others. He is simply, one day, set loose. The neck iron comes off, the leg iron comes off, and for the first time in his life, he can turn his head. What follows is hard, and we will walk through every step of it later, slowly. For now, only the shape of it. He turns. He stands. He is pushed up a long, rough slope in the dark. He comes out at the top into open air, into a light so bright it hurts, and after his eyes have wept and adjusted, he sees, at last, real things. Trees, water, the sky, and above it all, the sun. He has left the wall behind. He has left the shadows he named for a lifetime. He is standing in the daylight now, and everything down in the cave looks small and false to him. And here is the small detail that changes it. He goes back down, not driven, not dragged back in chains. He turns on his own and walks back down the slope he was hauled up, back into the dark he escaped, back to the wall and the fire and the men who are still counting shadows. He goes back to the very place he suffered so much to leave. Sit with how strange that is. A man claws his way out of a pit into the sun, and then, having reached the thing he did not even know he was missing all those years, he turns and climbs back down into the pit on purpose. Plato does not tell us this by accident. He set it there at the center of the whole picture. The climbing out is only half of the story he wanted Glaucon to feel. The going back down is the other half, and in some ways it is the harder half. Let your shoulders drop for a moment. None of this asks anything of you, because you can already feel the questions gathering around that man even before we know what the cave means. Why would he return? What is he going back for? And what happens to him down there, in the dark, among the ones who never left, when he tries to tell them what he saw? Hold those questions loosely. We are not answering them now. Tonight is long, and there is room for them to wait. But remember him, the one who was unchained, the one who climbed the long slope and stood in the sun, and then, of his own will, turned around and went back down into the cave. Keep a small place for him at the edge of your mind. Near the end of the night, when the fire has burned low and the shadows have gone soft, we will come back to him. We will come back to what he found when he returned, and to what the others did to the man who tried to free them. Hold that gently, it returns later. For now, it is enough to know that the story has two directions, not one. There is the way up, out of the dark, and toward the light. And there is the way back down, into the dark, carrying the light in your eyes. Most people who tell this old tale stop at the sun. Plato did not. He walked his prisoner all the way back to the wall he started from. The fire crackles behind them. So We hold three threads now, all at once. The chained men, facing the wall, the one who was freed, and the strange return of the one who went back down. In a little while, we will stop watching the shape of the story from the outside and step into it ourselves. Because those shadows on the wall, the ones the prisoners name and argue over and take for the whole world, they are not nothing. They stand for something very close to you, and it is time, gently, to say what. So, the shadows on the wall are not just carved animals and figures of men. That was the picture. Now, the meaning. The shadows are the opinions we take for the world. In Plato's Republic, Book 7, the prisoners see only the dark shapes thrown on the stone in front of them, and they call those shapes reality. They have never seen anything else, so of course they believe. What else would they believe? Think about what actually fills your day, not the objects, the opinions about the objects. Reputation is a shadow. It is not you. It is the shape of you that other people carry around in their heads, and you cannot see it from where you sit. The story your neighbor tells about you at dinner, a shadow, the version of your life that someone decided years ago and never updated, a shadow. The picture of the good life you were handed before you were old enough to ask who drew it, a shadow cast by a fire you did not light. None of these is the thing itself. Each one is an image, thrown by something behind you onto a wall in front of you. Let your shoulders drop. The Greeks had a word for this kind of image, doxa. It means opinion, or appearance, or the way a thing seems, not the thing, the seeming of the thing. Almost everything the prisoners fight over is doxa, whose shadow is darker, whose shadow comes next. Which of them is best at naming the dark shapes on the wall? Centuries after Plato, a Roman emperor sat in a tent on the edge of the empire and wrote himself notes by lamplight. His name was Marcus Aurelius. He ruled Rome. He wrote in Greek in a small private book we now call the Meditations. And he kept returning to this one idea, that the thing itself rarely reaches us, only our opinion of it does. He put it roughly like this: take away the judgment, I have been harmed, and the harm itself is gone. The event stays. The wound was in the opinion. Sit with that a moment, not to solve it, just to hold it. The man who insulted you did a thing. That is one fact, small and finished. Everything after, the sting, the rehearsal, the case you have built against him in the dark, that is doxa, shadow, cast by a fire you cannot see from your chair onto the wall of your own mind. Marcus was the most powerful man alive. Armies moved when he spoke, and still he spent his nights reminding himself that the shapes on his wall were only shapes. If an emperor had to practice this, you can forgive yourself for finding it hard. Notice your breath. You do not need to change it. Here is the gentle part. You do not have to tear these shadows down tonight. That is not the turn. The turn comes later, and it comes slowly. For now, you only have to see them for what they are. Reputation, a shadow. The story, a shadow. The picture of the life you were supposed to want, a shadow. You can name each one as it drifts up on the wall and then set it down again, the way you would set down a stone you had been carrying without noticing. Nothing you hear tonight asks anything of you. You do not have to decide about your reputation. You do not have to fix the story someone tells. You do not have to earn the picture of the good life, or refuse it, or feel anything at all about it. You only have to notice that was a shadow. It passed. Another will come. That one is a shadow too, and the one after it. You do not have to catch any of them. There is a quieter layer beneath that, because once you see that the shapes are only shapes, a strange thing happens. They loosen, not all at once, just a little. The grip you did not know you were holding opens by a finger's width. And in that small slack, for the first time, you might feel how tired the holding has made you. The fire crackles behind them. We will get to that tiredness. There is one shadow in particular you have been watching all day, checking and rechecking, the way you would check a face across a room. We will look at that one next. Think back over today, before this room and this dark. Somewhere in it there was a message you read more than once. You were not reading it for the words. You knew the words. You were reading it for the tone underneath them, a coolness or a warmth that may never have been there at all. You read it a fourth time, to be sure. That was a shadow, and you were naming it. There was a room, too. Maybe a real room, maybe only a table of people whose good opinion you wanted. You did not say much about it, but some quiet part of you was keeping account, who nodded, who looked away, who did not laugh when you hoped they would. A ledger you never meant to open, filling itself all day. That was a shadow, and you were naming it well. And there was a number. There is almost always a number. A figure in an account of years, a measure of how far along you are supposed to be by now. It told you, in a language too fast to hear, what you were worth. You believed it for a moment. That was a shadow, too. Let your shoulders drop. None of these were the thing itself. The message was not the person who sent it. The room's approval was not your worth. The number was not your life. Each was an image cast on the wall by something you could not see from where you sat, a shadow in Plato's old word, and you spent the daylight hours reading the images as if they were the whole of it. Here is why it wore you out. A real thing holds still long enough to be known. A shadow does not. It shifts when the fire shifts, when the object behind it turns, when someone else moves along the walkway. So the message that felt warm at noon feels cold by evening, and you read it again. The room that approved of you on Tuesday forgets by Thursday, and you go looking for the nod once more. The number climbs, and the figure you needed climbs with it, always a little ahead. You can never finish. There is no last shadow, correctly named, after which you may rest. An old teacher saw this plainly. His name was Epictetus, and he had been a slave in Rome before he was a philosopher. He knew, in his body, the difference between what a man can command and what he cannot. He taught one hard, freeing distinction. Some things are up to us, he said, and some things are not. Our own judgments, our own effort, the way we meet what comes, these are ours. Reputation, the opinions of others, the turning of outside events, these were never ours to hold, though we spend our strength trying. Every shadow you chase today lived on the far side of that line. The tone in another's message, the count in another's face, the number the world keeps. Not one of them was up to you, and yet the whole day was spent trying to fix them in place, to make them stay warm, stay kind, stay high. No wonder you are tired. Feel the weight of your body where it rests. This is the real name of the tiredness you carry into the dark. It is not only the tiredness of tasks done, though there were tasks. It is the deeper ache of a life spent naming shadows well, of being good, even excellent, at reading images that were never going to stay still to be read. You have practiced it since childhood. You are skilled at it, and skill at an impossible thing is its own kind of exhaustion because it never earns the rest that other skills earn. The more skilled you become, the more tired you grow. Notice, without deciding anything, that the chase itself was the weight. Not the failure to catch the shadows, the catching was never possible, but the running, the reaching for what moves. Set that down for a moment, here, where nothing moves and nothing asks to be caught. If your mind has wandered, that is fine. And yet, knowing all of this, you would turn back to the wall tomorrow. Most of us do. The strange thing is not that we chase the shadows. The strange thing is that even when the chains loosen, almost no one turns around to look. So why does no one turn around? The chains are right there in the story, iron at the neck, iron at the legs, and it is easy to stop there and say that is the reason. But look again at what Plato actually tells Glaucon. The prisoners have been held since childhood. They have never once faced another direction. And here is the small detail that changes it. A body kept that still, for that long, stops feeling the chain at all. It forgets the chain is there. The wall in front becomes simply the world. That is the first lock, and it is not made of metal, it is made of habit. Think about what the wall offers. It never surprises you. The shadows arrive in an order you have learned by heart, and you can name each one before it fully forms. There is a strange safety in that. The familiar asks nothing of you. It does not require you to be brave, or to be wrong, or to begin again. You already know how to live facing this way. You have had a lifetime of practice. And turning would cost you all of that at once. This is the second lock. Comfort. Not the comfort of a soft bed, but the deeper comfort of not having to change. The prisoner could, in theory, look away. Nothing in the cave physically stops his eyes from drifting toward the fire. But the mind does what the body has learned, and the mind has learned to face the wall. To turn is to trade something certain for something unknown, and most of us, most nights, will keep the certain thing even when it is only a shadow. Feel the weight of your body where it rests. There is a third lock, quieter than the others. It is the plain fear of the turn itself, not of what you might see, but of the turning. Even a prisoner who suspects there is more behind him may choose not to look, because to look is to admit that the wall was never the whole story. That is a hard thing to admit after so many years. It is easier to keep naming shadows. 2,000 years after Plato set the scene in that cave, a Frenchman named Blaise Pascal noticed the same pattern in the people around him. Pascal lived from 1623 to 1662, a mathematician who built one of the first calculating machines as a young man, and who spent his later years, often in poor health, writing scattered notes on scraps of paper that we now call the pensées, his thoughts. He had a word for the wall. He called it divertissement, diversion. From here on, just diversion. By diversion, Pascal meant everything we reach for so that we never have to sit still. The errands, the noise, the next thing, and the next. He watched kings surround themselves with courtiers and hunts and wars, and he saw that all this motion had one hidden purpose: to keep the king from being alone with himself in a quiet room. He put it in plain terms like this, that all of our troubles come from a single thing, which is that we cannot sit still, alone, in a room. That is close to his own words. And it lands on the cave exactly. The prisoners are not chained by iron so much as by their own unwillingness to be alone with the quiet behind them. Because that is what the turn asks. Not effort, not cleverness, just the willingness to stop the diversion for a moment and face the emptier, truer thing. That is all. And it is the hardest thing in the cave. Notice your breath. You do not need to change it. You have felt this, I think. The evening you finally had nothing to do, and how quickly the hand reached for something to fill it. The silence that felt, for a second, less like rest and more like a wall you did not want to turn from. Pascal would have understood that reach completely. So would the prisoners. It is the oldest habit there is to keep the shadows moving so the stillness never gets a word in. None of this is a failing. It is simply how a mind learns to protect itself. The chain feels like safety. The wall feels like home. And that is the thing worth sitting with. Why the wall of all places should come to feel like home. Think about what the wall asks of you. Nothing. That is its gift and its trap. It hangs there in front of the prisoners, flat and familiar, and it never once demands that they move. They can watch it half asleep. They can watch it for a lifetime. The wall is patient in the way that only a thing that wants nothing from you can be patient. This is why it holds. Not because the chains are strong, but because the wall is kind. In the shallow way, a habit is kind. It meets you where you already are. It asks for no effort, no risk, no turning of the stiff neck toward the fire. Stay, it seems to say, and you will never have to be dazzled. Turning is the opposite. Turning asks for everything, and it asks all at once. To turn is to give up the clear picture for a blurred one, to trade the shadows you can name for a light you cannot yet bear. In Book 7 of the Republic, Socrates is careful about this. The freed prisoner does not rise gently into wisdom. He is pained. His eyes ache. He wants to go back. And who would not? The wall was easy. The wall never hurt. So we stay. And here is the part that catches the honest person off guard. We do not stay by sitting still. We stay by moving. We fill the hours. We keep busy, and we call the busyness a life. Blaise Pascal saw this in 17th century France, in a court full of people who never stopped. He wrote that a king surrounded by every pleasure, left alone with nothing to do, becomes miserable at once. So the king is kept occupied, the hunt, the game, the endless small errands of the day. Pascal called it divertissement, diversion, and he meant it plainly. We keep moving so that the silence never has a chance to catch us. Notice what that means for the cave. The busiest prisoner is not the freest. He is the most chained. He is simply chained in motion. He faces the same wall as everyone else, but he does it with such energy, such purpose, that the facing feels like freedom. He is going somewhere, he is sure of it. He is only going along the wall. Feel the weight of your body where it rests. You know this motion from the inside, the full calendar, the list that refills itself the moment you clear it, the sense at the end of a long day that you ran hard and arrived nowhere. None of it was wasted exactly. It was just all in one direction, all along the same flat surface. You never turned, because turning would have meant stopping, and stopping is the one thing the diversion is built to prevent. Pascal was not scolding anyone, neither am I. The pull toward motion is not a flaw in you. It is what a person does when the quiet feels like a threat. The wall is comfortable precisely because it demands nothing, and the stillness behind you is frightening precisely because, for one moment, it would ask for everything: your attention, your honesty, your willingness to see what you have been facing all this time. That is a great deal to ask at midnight, so we will not ask it. Tonight, there is nothing to turn toward yet. There is only the noticing. Only the small, quiet fact that the wall has been comfortable and that comfort has kept you in place, and that you can see this now without having to do a single thing about it. Let your shoulders drop. You are not being asked to turn. You are being asked gently to notice that you have not. That is all. The noticing is not the climb. It is only the first loosening of the neck, the first awareness that the neck was fixed at all. Plato knew you could not drag a person from the wall by force and expect them to thank you. The turning, when it comes slowly, and it comes from the inside, and it does not come tonight. So let the thought settle where it landed. The wall is comfortable. The motion was a kind of chain. You are lying still now, and stillness is the one place the diversion cannot reach. And there is something behind you, casting all of it. A fire, and between the fire and the wall, someone is walking, carrying the things whose shadows you have watched your whole life. Go back to the walkway for a moment. In Plato's cave, between the fire and the chained prisoners, there runs a low road, a raised path, and along it, out of sight, people walk carrying things, carved animals, figures of men made of wood and stone. They hold these up, and the fire behind throws the shapes forward, onto the wall the prisoners face. The prisoners never see the objects. They never see the carriers. They see only the shadows moving, and they take the shadows for the world. Here is the small detail that changes it. Every shadow on that wall was made. Not one of them fell there by accident. Behind each shape there is a fire, and between the shape and the wall there is a hand holding something up. Someone is carrying the object. Someone chose which figures to raise and which to leave in the dark. Plato does not tell us who the carriers are or whether they know what they are doing. He leaves them faceless, moving along the road above the chains. But he wants you to notice that the images have a source. The shadow of a lion is not a lion. It is wood and firelight and a man you cannot see. Think of the shapes you live by, the picture of the successful life, the face you are supposed to want in the mirror, the list of things a person your age is meant to have gathered by now. None of these fell from the sky. Each was carved by someone, raised by someone, lit for a reason. The culture carries some of them. The market carries a great many. There is an old trade in making people want, and it works by carrying bright objects along the road behind us, so the wall fills with shapes we did not choose. Feel the weight of your body where it rests. You are only watching the mechanism tonight. You do not have to name the carriers, or catch them, or fix a single thing. Just see that the shadows are made, and that making them is someone's work. There is a quieter layer beneath that. Not all the carriers walk outside us. Carl Jung, the Swiss doctor of the mind who died in 1961, gave a name to the strangest of them. He worked near Zurich, on the shore of a lake, listening to people's dreams for decades. Projection. It is his word for a thing the mind does without asking. We take some figure from our own inner life, a fear we will not look at, a hope we cannot hold, a part of ourselves we have pushed into the dark, and we cast it outward. We see it on the face of another person. We are sure it is out there in them, a plain fact of the world, and it was ours all along. The man who irritates you past all reason, the stranger you decide in a glance that you know, the rival you have built in your head out of very little, the colleague you are certain looks down on you on no real evidence at all. Jung would say, look at what you are carrying. Some of the objects on that walkway are held up by your own hand, behind your own back, and the fire is inside you. This is the harder half of the idea, so let your shoulders drop. Nothing you hear tonight asks anything of you. You are not being told to sort the shadows made by others from the shadows made by yourself. You are only being shown that both roads exist, the one outside, crowded with carriers, and the one inside, quieter, where you carry your own. The prisoners in the cave argue about the shadows. Which one is darkest? Which one comes next? Which of them is best at naming the shapes? Not one of them turns to ask where the shapes come from. That single question, who is carrying the object, is the whole beginning of the turn. You do not have to turn tonight. You only have to know the question is there. The fire crackles behind them. And so a plainer version of the question waits for us. If someone is carrying the objects, and some of the carrying is done for reasons of their own, then it is worth asking, gently and without alarm, who exactly decided what your good life should look like, and when it was that you agreed. Somebody is paid to carry the objects. That is the part worth sitting with tonight. Behind the parade on the walkway, behind the shapes that fall on the wall, there are hands that lift them, and those hands are not idle. Plato put them there on purpose. Carriers moving between the fire and the chained, so that every shadow the prisoners named had, behind it, someone who had chosen the shape. Making an image is a trade, and an old one, as old as the Agora in Athens, where a merchant learned that a thing sells better once you have shown a man what his life would look like holding it. Let your shoulders drop. So ask the plain question. The picture of the good life you keep measuring yourself against, the house, the title, the ease you were supposed to have arrived at by now, who drew it? Not you, most likely. Someone drew it for you, carefully, and carried it past the fire so its shadow would fall where you could not help but see. And here is the small detail that changes it. You were never asked to agree. You simply grew up facing the wall, and the shadow was already there, already named, already wanting. This is why comparison never ends. A shadow has no bottom. You reach the house, and a larger one stands on the wall. You win the title, and a better one is already being carried past. The ones who make these images are not cruel. They are only doing their work, and their work is to keep the parade moving so that you keep watching. The wanting is the thing being sold. You are not meant to arrive. You are meant to keep looking up. Feel the weight of your body where it rests. Carl Jung saw a quieter turn of the same wheel. He called it projection, the way we take the figures of our own inner life and mistake them for facts out in the world. The man you envy carries something of your own unlived wish. The life you covet is often a picture your own mind has dressed and lit. Some shadows on your wall were carried in from the street. Others you cast yourself from a fire inside you and then forgot you were the one holding the object. Both feel exactly like the truth. Neither is the thing itself. Hold that gently. It returns later. Notice how tired all of this makes a person. Not the tiredness of honest work, which has a flaw to it, and a rest at the end. This is the other kind, the ache of running toward a thing that moves the moment you near it. You have felt it. The evening you finally got the thing you had been chasing, and the pleasure of it lasted about as long as it takes to see the next shape on the wall. That is not a flaw in you. That is what it is to chase a shadow someone is paid to keep just ahead of your reach. Nothing you hear tonight asks anything of you. Notice, too, the strange freedom hidden in it. You did not light the fire, you did not choose the parade, or the hands that carry it, or the day you first looked up and believed the wall. None of that was yours. So none of the running was ever quite your fault. You were a child, chained where you were set down, naming what you were given to name. There is no shame owed here. There is only a quiet noticing that the fire behind you is not yours and never was, which means something small and steady is still yours. Not the power to put out the fire. You cannot reach it, and you do not need to. Not the power to stop the hands, or empty the walkway, or silence the market. Only this: you can stop watching. You can let the next shape cross the wall without leaning toward it, without giving it your name. The parade goes on. You simply stop paying it with your attention. That is smaller than freedom and somehow larger both at once. And it raises the question the whole story has been walking toward. If the shadows are not worth the watching, if the wanting was never yours to begin with, then what would happen tonight if you turned your head? Somewhere in Plato's story, a hand reaches down and frees one man. We are not told his name, we are not told why him and not the others. In the Republic, Book 7, Socrates tells this to Glaucon plainly. One of the prisoners is set free. The chain at his neck falls away. The chain at his legs falls away. For the first time in his life, he can turn his head. And that is the whole hinge of the story. Not the sun, not the world outside, just this. A body that has faced one wall since childhood is made to stand and turn and look the other way. Feel the weight of your body where it rests. You do not have to move. Picture how strange the standing is. His legs have never carried him. His neck has never swung on its own. Someone lifts him, sets him on his feet, and points him back toward the fire that has burned behind him all his life. He has known that fire only as warmth on the back of his shoulders. He has never once seen it. Now he turns toward it, and the light stabs. This is the detail Plato will not let us skip. The turn does not feel like waking to something wonderful. It hurts. His eyes, which have known nothing but soft grey shapes on a wall, meet the raw fire, and the fire is too much for them. They water. They ache. The brightness is a kind of pain, sharp and physical, as real as a hand pressed hard against a bruise. Notice your breath. You do not need to change it. Here is what happens next, and it is the truest thing in the whole story. He does not thank the one who freed him. He does not stride forward. He wants to go back. He turns his sore eyes away from the fire and looks again at the wall, at the dim and gentle shadows. And they are easier. They do not hurt. He can see them clearly. And clarity, even the clarity of a shadow, feels like home. Plato says it in the plainest way. The man believes the shadows are truer than the things now shown to him. Of course he does. The shadows never hurt his eyes. The shadows ask nothing of him. Hold that gently. We tell ourselves that if the truth ever arrived, we would run toward it. Plato, 24 centuries ago, in a school in a grove outside Athens, wrote down the opposite. When the real first appears, the eye that has only known shadow reads it as pain. And a creature in pain does the oldest thing there is. It flinches, it reaches for the familiar, it wants the wall back. There is no failure in this. The prisoner is not weak. He is a man whose eyes were built by the dark. His eyes are simply doing what eyes do. They have been shaped by the dark for a lifetime, and light, at first, is more than they can hold. Let your shoulders drop. So, when you feel it yourself, the small dread that comes with turning toward anything true about your own life, do not read it as a wrong turn. The message you keep rereading, the face you keep checking, the count of who approves of you. To look away from all of that, even for a moment, and towards something quieter and more real, does not feel like relief at first. It feels like the light stabbing. It feels like losing the clear, easy shadows you knew by name. That flinch is not the sign you turned the wrong way. In Plato's story, it is the sign you turned at all. The prisoners who never move never feel it. Only the one who stands and turns meets the ache of the fire. And so the freedman stands there, half-turned, his eyes streaming, caught between the wall he wants and the fire he cannot yet bear. Plato leaves him there for a breath, not climbing, not fleeing, held at the hinge of his own turning. The hardest part is not the long climb that comes later. The hardest part is this first quarter turn of the neck toward a light that offers no comfort yet, only truth. The fire crackles behind him. It has always been there. We should stay with that light a little longer, and with the strange fact that truth at first arrives as pain. His eyes had only ever held shadows. So when he turns, the fire does not arrive as truth. It arrives as pain. Stay with that for a moment, because it is the part most people misread. The prisoner is not being punished for looking. His eyes simply cannot yet do what he is asking of them. An eye raised on shadow reads light as injury. Not because the light means him harm, because the eye is unready, and readiness takes time. You have felt this, I think, though not in a cave. There is a particular ache in seeing something true about your own life. The moment you realize the argument you have been rehearsing was never worth winning. The moment you understand that the approval you chased would not have filled you even if you had caught it. That understanding does not feel like a gift when it lands. It feels like loss. Something you were holding is suddenly worth less than you thought, and the hand that held it closes on nothing. Every waking up feels, at first, like losing something. This is why so many turns get abandoned halfway. A person catches one clear glimpse of the real, feels the sting of it, and hurries back to the wall where the shadows were easy and named. The pain gets mistaken for a warning. It is not a warning. It is only an eye adjusting. Aristotle understood this better than almost anyone. He was Plato's own student, the young man in the academy who would later turn his gaze down toward the earth and its living things. And one of the things he taught was that seeing rightly is not given all at once. It is grown into slowly, by practice, the way virtue is built by repeated small acts, the way the eye that steps from a dark room into a bright one cannot make out anything at first, and then, little by little, can. A single day of full light would only undo him. A lifetime of shadow is unlearned, the way it was learned. Slowly, let the eyes adjust. You do not leap from shadow to sun. No one does. The prisoner does not. In Plato's telling, he's led up by degrees, and even then it hurts at every stage. What Aristotle adds is the reassurance underneath the pain. The difficulty is not a verdict. It is the ordinary cost of an eye learning to bear more light than it was born to. And here is the promise I asked you to hold from earlier tonight. Near the start, when the prisoner was first set free, I said we would come back to why the light hurts before it helps. This is that return. The light hurts before it helps. Read it slowly. The hurting comes first, and it is real, and it is not a sign that you turned the wrong way. It is the sign that you turned at all. The prisoners who feel nothing are the ones still facing the wall. The pain is the proof of movement, not of error. Let your shoulders drop. Notice that nothing here asks you to hurry. An eye that rushes toward the sun is only blinded. The whole art of it is patience, to let the light in a little at a time, to let the sting pass, to let the next degree of it become bearable before you ask for more. There is no prize for arriving fast. There is barely any arriving at all. There is only the slow widening of what you can stand to see. So, if some truth about your day has surfaced in this dark room, and it stings a little, the thing you should have said, the person you have been to someone, the shape your years have taken, you do not have to flee it, and you do not have to fix it. You only have to let it be light and let the eye do what eyes do. Adjust, widen, steady. The fire is only a fire. It felt for a breath like the end of the world, because it was the end of a small one, the world of the wall, where you knew every shadow by name. But past the fire, the story does not stop. There is a way out of the chamber, and it is not smooth. It climbs, and it is rough and steep, and no one is carried up it easily. And the way out is not a smooth thing. In Book 7 of the Republic, Socrates keeps telling Glaucon the story, and he is careful about this next part. The prisoner does not simply walk free. There is a passage from the fire up toward the mouth of the cave, and it is steep, and it is rough underfoot. Rock, a long incline in the dark. Socrates says the prisoner is dragged up it by force against his will. Sit with that word for a moment. Dragged. He does not want to go. The wall was easy, the shadows were clear, and now something takes hold of him and pulls him up a rocky slope he cannot see the top of, and every part of him would rather turn back. This is not the story of a man running joyfully toward the light. It is the story of a man hauled, stumbling, up a hard path he did not choose. Let your shoulders drop. Notice that you are not on that path. You are lying still in a warm, dark room, and nothing is dragging you anywhere. The climb in the story is steep so that yours does not have to be. You can watch the prisoner go up without moving a single muscle of your own. And here is the detail I want you to keep. When he finally reaches the top and comes out into the daylight, he still cannot see. The sun blinds him. His eyes, made for shadow, are useless in all that brightness. So Plato gives him an order of seeing, a slow list, one thing at a time, each a little brighter than the last. First, only shadows. Even up here in the real world, the freed man can bear to look at shadows again, the dark shapes things throw on the ground. It is what his eyes already know. He begins where he began, then reflections. He looks down into still water and sees the images of people and trees lying on its surface, softened, easier than the things themselves. Then the things, the actual tree, the actual face. He lifts his eyes from the water to the world that casts those reflections, and he holds it, and it does not hurt so much now. A little more light each time, and a little more of it he can take. Then the night, when even that is too much by day. He waits for dark and looks up, the moon, the quiet stars. He learns the sky by its gentler lights first, the way a tired eye learns a bright room by looking at the edges of it. And last of all, in the order Plato is so careful to give us, the sun itself. Not at once. Never at once. The eye is walked toward it, step by step, shadow to reflection to thing to star, until at the very end it can turn and take in the source of all of it. There is a quieter layer beneath that. The order is the mercy. Plato could have written a man who bursts from the cave and stares straight into the sun and is healed in an instant. He did not. He wrote habit. He wrote patience. He wrote an eye that has to be led slowly from the dim thing to the bright thing, given time at each step to grow used to the light before the next. Nothing skipped. Nothing forced past what the eye could bear. The eye was allowed to want the dark a while longer, and then, when it was ready, a little less of it. Feel the weight of your body where it rests. You do not have to climb tonight. That is the whole point of lying here. The prisoner had to be dragged because he was awake and afraid and clinging to the wall. You are none of those things right now. You are letting go without a fight, sinking a little further into the bed with each breath. And this is its own kind of ascent, the easy kind, the kind that happens while you rest. If your mind has wandered, that is fine. The path is still there. It waits. It does not mind how slowly you go, or whether you go at all tonight. Somewhere above the water and the shadows and the quiet stars, one last thing is waiting to be seen, and it is brighter than all the rest. And there it is, at the top of everything, the sun. The prisoner has climbed the rough passage, waited for his eyes to settle, and now he stands in the open and looks up. Not at a shadow, not at a reflection in a pool. At the sun itself, hanging over the world, and he understands all at once what it is. Here is the strange part. He does not write the sun into his list of things. He kept a long list once, down in the dark, the shadow of the tall figure, the shadow of the short one, the order they came in, the names he gave them. Up here the list has grown, real trees, real water, the faces of real people. You might expect the sun to be simply the last and brightest entry, one more object added at the end. It is not. The sun is not one bright thing among the many bright things. It is what lets him see any of them at all. Let your shoulders drop. In the 6th book of the Republic, before he tells the cave, Plato has Socrates hold this same image up on its own. The sun, he says, does two things at once. Its light is what makes the eye able to see, and it is also what makes the thing out there visible. Take the sun away, and the eye is still an eye, the tree is still a tree, but nothing passes between them. No seeing. The sun stands over the whole visible world as the source that makes looking possible. And then Plato does the quiet, enormous thing. He says the good is to the mind what the sun is to the eye. The form of the good, Plato's name for the highest of the real patterns, the one that stands over all the others. Just as the sun lets the eye see the tree, the good is what lets the mind grasp anything true at all, and it is also what gives those true things their being. It does not only light them up, it holds them in existence. The prisoner standing in the sun is not learning one more fact. He is meeting the thing every fact had quietly been borrowing from. Feel the weight of your body where it rests. Sit with how large that claim is. The sun in the story is not the reward at the end of a hard climb. It is the reason there was ever anything to climb toward. Every shadow on that wall, every object on the walkway, every real tree he later saw in the light, all of it was on loan. The good was in the shadows too, faint and second-hand, the way a candle far down a hallway still throws a little light into a cellar. Centuries later, in Rome and then in the quiet of his own school, a man named Plotinus took this intuition and pushed it further than Plato had. He called the source the One, not the good among goods, not even a being among beings. The One, he said, lies beyond being itself, so far above the things it pours out that we can barely say a true word about it. We can only point. Everything that exists flows down from the One, the way light flows from the sun, growing dimmer as it spreads, and every soul is quietly trying to trace the light back up to where it began. You do not have to decide tonight whether any of that is so. Nothing you hear asks anything of you. Only notice the shape of the thought, the way you might notice a far hill in the dark. Because the prisoner's discovery is a simple one under all the philosophy. He looks at the sun and he does not think, now I have one more thing to name. He thinks, so this is what I was always seeing, by this is what stood behind the fire and behind the carried objects and behind even the shadows I fought over as a child. He had been living inside the light the whole time and calling it the dark. The fire behind him in the cave was only a small borrowed flame. And there is a quieter layer beneath that, waiting for us, the question of whether there is one such light in a life, a single good the whole of the day is lit by. Everything he ever saw was borrowed from it. Sit with that for a moment. Not the sun as one more bright object, but the sun as the thing by whose light every object could be seen at all. Now turn it, gently, toward your own life. Is there a single good in your life like that? One thing by whose light the rest of the day would finally fall into place. The errands, the worries, the small decisions that felt so heavy this afternoon. If you had it, the rest would find its order around it, the way iron filings arrange themselves around a magnet. Most of us live without it. We have many goods and no sun among them. I want to name a man who spent his whole life on this question. His name was Augustine. He was born in the year 354 in a town called Thagaste in what is now Algeria, on the far edge of the Roman world. He was clever and restless and hungry, for love, for reputation, for pleasure, for truth, not always in that order. He read the philosophers, the followers of Plato among them, and something in their books turned him inward, toward a light he could not yet name. Let your shoulders drop. He tried everything the world offered: ambition, a career in the great cities, love affairs, applause for his skill with words, and none of it held. Each good he reached gave him a little, and then went quiet and left him reaching again. He knew the exhaustion, the tiredness of chasing one shadow after another and never arriving. Years later, looking back, he wrote a book about it, The Confessions. It is one of the first times in history a person sat down and told the plain, private truth of his own inner life. Near the beginning of it, he says a line that people have carried for 1600 years. In one common rendering, our heart is restless until it rests in you. The restless heart, he called it. The heart that will not settle until it finds the one thing large enough to settle on. Hold that gently. Augustine had read Plato, or the men who came after Plato, and he took the son of the Republic and gave it another name. For him, the good was not a distant idea at the top of a climb. It was the thing his whole restlessness had been pointing at the entire time, the way a compass needle points north whether or not you are looking at it. All those years of reaching, he decided, had been the reaching for one thing, mistaken again and again for many. The fire crackles behind them. I am not going to answer the question tonight. That is not what this hour is for. I only want to set it down beside you the way you might set a warm stone at the foot of the bed, something to rest against, not something to solve. So let the question lie there in the dark. Is there a single good by whose light your day would fall into order? You do not have to find it now. You do not even have to believe there is one. Notice your breath. You do not need to change it. Maybe the honest answer tonight is that you do not know. That is not a failure. To feel the restlessness, to feel that none of the day's small goods were quite enough, is already to feel the pull of the sun you have not yet seen. The ache is not a wound, it is a direction. There is a quieter layer beneath that. The prisoner who climbed out did not invent the sun by wanting it. It was there the whole time, casting the light he had lived in without knowing. Augustine came to believe the same of his restless heart, that the thing he longed for had been holding him up from underneath, all along, through every wrong turn. So you can stop reaching, just for tonight. The one light does not need you to chase it. It will not go out while you rest. Whatever it is, it was there before you began looking, and it will be there in the morning. And having found the sun at the top of the climb, Plato does a curious thing next. He draws a line and cuts it into 4. Set the sun aside for a moment. Before Socrates ever told the story of the cave, Plato drew something simpler, a single straight line. He is speaking to Glaucon again, in the same long conversation that became the Republic, and in Book 6, just before the cave, he asks him to picture that line and then to cut it, not in half only. Cut it, he says, and cut each part again in the same proportion. What you are left with is 4 lengths, 4 rungs, if you like, and each one stands for a way of seeing. The lowest length he calls imagination. Its objects are the faintest things the mind handles, shadows, reflections in water, the picture of a thing rather than the thing. Call it plainly from here, imagination, the mind down at the level of the shadow on the wall. This is where the prisoners live. They watch the flickering shapes and take them for the whole world, and they have no reason to doubt it because nothing more solid has ever been set in front of them. Step up 1 length and you reach belief. Now the objects are the things that cast the shadows, the carved figures carried along the walkway, the animals and stones of the ordinary day, the solid stuff you can put your hand on. Belief, Plato's word for our plain trust in the physical things around us. It is more real than the shadow, and most people, most of the time, stand here and feel they have arrived. They have not mistaken a reflection for a body. But they have not yet asked what the body itself might be a copy of. Let your shoulders drop. Above belief, the line crosses over. The 2 lower rungs were the visible world. The 2 higher ones belong to a world the eyes cannot reach at all, only the mind. You cannot touch a number. You cannot stub your toe on a proof. And yet Plato thought these unseen things were firmer than the stones underfoot, because they never change. The 3rd rung he calls reasoning, and its home is mathematics. A geometer scratches a triangle in the sand, but he's not really speaking about that crooked, imperfect shape. He's reasoning about the triangle itself, the one that stays true whether or not anyone ever draws it. Reasoning, careful thought that starts from something it assumes and works its way to what must follow. And here is the small detail that changes it. Even the geometer still leans on his drawing. He needs the picture in the sand to think. So he has climbed, but not the whole way. Above him waits the 4th and highest rung, the one Plato calls pure understanding, thought that needs no picture at all, that rises past every assumption to the forms themselves. The forms, the eternal patterns behind the things we see, the real originals that the changing world can only copy. And at the very top of that rung stands the good, the sun you were holding a moment ago. Now feel what he wanted Glaucon to feel. The line and the cave are the same map drawn twice. The shadows on the wall are imagination. The objects on the walkway are belief. The slow climb outside, learning to bear reflections and then real things, is reasoning finding its feet. And the sun at the end, painful and final, is understanding, the good itself. What the divided line sets down in plain strokes, the cave lets you feel in the body, the chains, the turning, the steep path, the light that hurts. One is a diagram, the other is a story. He gave us both because some of us climb by argument, and some of us only ever climb by feeling our way. Each rung is more real than the one below it, and each is harder to reach. That is the part worth keeping tonight. You do not leap from the shadow straight to the sun. You go up one length at a time, and every step asks something of you, because every step means loosening your grip on what felt solid on the step before. Nothing here asks you to climb. You are lying still, and the line will keep its shape whether you move or not. There is a quiet question folded inside all of this, and we can turn to it gently in a little while. Not how to climb, but simply where, on that four-part line, most of an ordinary day is actually spent. Take the line Plato drew and lay it over a single day of your own. The lowest stretch is imagination, the shadows on the wall. Just above it, belief, the solid things that throw those shadows. Higher still, reasoning. And at the top, quiet and hard to reach, pure understanding. 4 rungs, each one more real than the one beneath it. He set this out in Book 6 of the Republic, drawing it as a line in the mind. Now, gently, without grading yourself, notice where your ordinary hours actually sit. The waking and the first reach for the small bright thing by the bed, the face you arrange before you meet anyone, the message you read 3 times for a mood that was never in it, the tally of who nodded and who did not, the number that told you what the day was worth. Nearly all of it, from the first light to the last, lives on the bottom 2 rungs. Images and opinions, shadows, and the things that cast them. Let your shoulders drop. This is not a failing. It is only where a life is mostly spent. The bottom of the line is not a bad place. It is a crowded one. The market, the agora of old Athens where Socrates once walked, was full of it. Buying, selling, arguing over the price of things, over who was owed respect. People have always lived down here. You are in old company, and here is the small detail that changes it. The line is not a cliff. When Plato cuts it into 4, he is not asking you to leap from the bottom to the top in a single night. Each rung sits just above the last. The climb from shadow to solid thing, from solid thing to the reasoning behind it, is not a mountain face. It is one step, one rung, once. That is the whole of it. Not to arrive at the sun tonight, not to reach the pure understanding at the top of the line where the real patterns live. only to notice one time that the shadow is a shadow and that there is something above it. The noticing is itself the first rung lifting under your foot. You do not have to climb any further to have moved. There is a quieter layer beneath that. You can do this without effort, lying exactly as you are. Take one shadow from the day, the tone you misread, the number, the room whose approval you were counting. Do not fight it. Do not climb toward anything. Simply see that it is an image, cast by something, and not the thing itself. That small seeing is the move from the first rung to the second. It asks nothing more of you than to notice, and if you do not manage even that tonight, it does not matter. The line is not going anywhere. Plato drew it more than 2,000 years ago, and it has waited patiently ever since. It will still be here tomorrow and the night after. You have moved nowhere, and that is fine. You are lying still in a dark room, and the whole of the line is still available to you, unhurried whenever you turn toward it. Nothing you hear tonight asks anything of you. Notice, too, that most of the tiredness of a day comes from the bottom rung, from tending the shadows, keeping them named, keeping them in order. Reputation must be watched. The image must be maintained. It is endless work, because shadows shift with every fire and every passer-by. To step up even one rung is to set a little of that labor down. The higher you go on the line, Plato says, the more real and the more restful the ground becomes, because what is real does not need your constant tending. Feel the weight of your body where it rests. So let the bottom of the line be for now. You are not failing by lying here among the shadows and the things. You are simply where nearly everyone begins. The step up is small, and it will keep. There is no hurry in it, and no test. But hold this gently as you drift, because it returns. If the shadows are only the bottom rung, and the solid things only the second, then something stands above them both. Realer than either, and older. There is a real behind the real, and it is where the line has been pointing all along. If you are still here with me, drifting a little, half in the dark, then let me set one large thing down beside you. You do not have to carry it. Nothing you hear tonight asks anything of you. This is the idea that the next 24 centuries kept returning to, the one Plato reached for and never quite closed his hand around. Here it is, in plain terms. Behind every beautiful thing, Plato said, there is beauty itself. Not this face, or that evening, or the particular curve of a clay bowl, but the pattern all of them borrow from. Behind every just act, justice itself. Behind every good deed, the good. He called these the forms, his word for the real patterns behind the things we see. From here on, the real patterns. Think of how many beautiful things you have seen in one life. A river in low sun, a child asleep, a line of music you could not explain to anyone. Each one faded, each one changed. The river went dark, the child grew, the music ended. And yet, something in you kept calling all of them by the same name. Beautiful. As if each of them, in its brief way, were pointing at one thing that never faded at all. That one thing is what Plato meant. The changing world can only copy it. 100 fair laws are attempts at justice. Not one of them is justice entire. 1,000 kind faces are copies of the good. The good itself does not age or tire or turn away. Let your shoulders drop. You can feel why this is hard to hold. We spend our days among the copies, the particular bowl, the particular face, the particular quarrel at the door. The pattern behind them cannot be picked up or pointed to. You cannot set beauty on a table. You cannot photograph justice. And still Plato was sure these patterns were more real than the things on the table, not less. The copy comes and goes. The pattern stays. And what stays, he thought, is what is most real of all. There is a quieter layer beneath that. If the patterns are real, then the mind that reaches for them is doing more than gathering opinions. It is climbing toward the originals. That climb is the whole of the cave, told again, without the fire and the wall. The prisoner who walked out into the sun was walking toward the forms. He did not collect brighter shadows. He turned, at last, toward the thing the shadows had been shadows of. Notice your breath. You do not need to change it. Now one name, and then I will let this rest. Many centuries after Plato, an Englishman named Alfred North Whitehead sat down to write about the whole long history of European thought. He had read nearly all of it. The Greeks, the Romans, the medieval monks, the modern philosophers. And he set down a single line that people have repeated ever since. The safest thing you could say about that entire tradition, he wrote, is that it is a series of footnotes to Plato. Sit for a moment with the size of that. Not footnotes to one book. Footnotes to one man, a wrestler from Athens who watched his teacher drink poison and then spent the rest of his life reaching for the pattern behind the world. Nearly everyone who came after was, in some quiet way, writing in the margins of what he began. Hold that gently. It returns later. You do not have to decide tonight whether Plato was right, whether there truly is a beauty behind the beautiful things, a justice standing behind the just ones. People have turned that question over for 2,000 years, and it will keep just as well until morning. Tonight, it is enough to feel the shape of it, that the images flickering on your wall might be copies, that something steadier might stand behind them, casting them, entirely unbothered by whether you look the real behind the real. That was his reaching, and here is the small detail that changes it. Plato did not win the argument and close the case. He opened it. The ones who loved him most were often the ones who disagreed with him hardest and who kept the question alive by pushing against it, which is its own kind of footnote and where the story turns next. Aristotle studied under Plato for nearly 20 years. He came to the academy as a young man from the north, from Stagira, and he stayed until his teacher died. 20 years is a long time to sit at one man's feet. And in all that time, he never stopped loving Plato, and he never stopped disagreeing with him. Here is where they parted. Plato had placed the real patterns, the forms, above the world, in a realm beyond the reach of the eye, beyond every horse itself, beyond every good act, the good. Aristotle could not accept it. He thought the pattern lived inside the thing, not above it. The form of the oak, he said, is not floating in some higher place. It is right there in the acorn, pushing it toward the tree it will become. It sounds like a small quarrel. It was not. It split philosophy in two, and the crack still runs through it. Let your shoulders drop for a moment. None of this is a test. The student who loved his teacher and could not agree with him, this is its own kind of faithfulness. Aristotle turned toward the earth. He walked the shore at Lesbos and opened sea creatures to see how they were built. He counted the parts of animals, watched the tides, sorted the living world into kinds. But he was still answering Plato. Every time he said, "The form is here, not there," he was standing in the room Plato built. Then the centuries turned, and the question would not die. Around the year 250, in Rome, a quiet man named Plotinus took Plato's sun and lifted it higher still. The good, the source of all seeing, he called the One, beyond being, beyond even thought, the still point from which everything pours and to which everything longs to return. Plotinus read the cave and did not soften it. He climbed past it. The soul, he taught, could rise all the way home if it only turned. Then Augustine, 150 years later, in a North African town called Hippo, he had read the followers of Plotinus, and they had turned him inward. But Augustine was a Christian now, and he could not leave the forms hanging in empty air, so he gave them a home. The eternal patterns, he decided, are the thoughts in the mind of God, the ideas by which the world was made. Beauty itself was no longer a cold abstraction, it was a thought in a loving mind. The pages did not stay in Athens. They were copied by hand, one careful letter at a time, carried across seas, lost and found again, read aloud in rooms lit by oil and candle. Each new generation received the same story of the cave and could not put it down. Notice what is happening across all these lives. Aristotle, Plotinus, Augustine, a Greek, a Roman, an African, spread across 700 years, none of them fully agreeing, all of them bent over the same handful of pages. There is a quieter layer beneath that. They were not defending a system. Plato left no tidy doctrine to guard. He left a story about prisoners in the dark and a question, what is real behind the things we see? And that single question was enough to keep the best minds busy for the length of a civilization. Much later, in the last century, an English mathematician named Alfred North Whitehead looked back over the whole long argument and said, in a line people have repeated ever since, that the whole of European philosophy is a series of footnotes to Plato, not footnotes to his answers, footnotes to his questions. Sit with the size of that. One man in one city sketched one image of a cave, prisoners, a fire, a wall of moving shapes. He never called it a proof. And that image threw its shadow across 2,000 years of thought. You do not have to carry any of this. The names will keep: Aristotle, Plotinus, Augustine, Whitehead. They were all doing, in their own words, what you are doing right now in the dark, turning something over slowly to see what it really is. And of all the questions Plato left them, one was the strangest of all. He wondered whether we ever truly learn anything new, or whether learning is only remembering something the soul knew long before. Meno was young, rich, and in a hurry. A nobleman from Thessaly, in the north of Greece, he had come to Athens wanting a straight answer to a hard question. Can virtue be taught? He asked it the way a man asks the price of a horse. Socrates, as always, did not answer. He turned the question around in his hands and gave it back heavier. Here is the knot he tied. How can you look for something if you do not already know what it is? If you knew it, you would not need to search. And if you did not know it at all, you would not recognize it, even if you stumbled over it in the road. So searching seems impossible. You cannot learn what you already know, and you cannot learn what you do not. It sounds like a trick, but sit with it. Let your shoulders drop. Nothing here needs solving tonight. Then Socrates did something odd. He asked Meno to call over one of the household slaves, a boy who had never studied geometry, who had been taught nothing of lines or numbers. And in the dust at their feet, with a stick, Socrates drew a square. He asked a plain thing. If this square has sides 2 feet long, how long must the sides be of a square twice as large? The boy answered fast and sure of himself. Double them, he said. 4 feet. He was wrong. Socrates did not correct him. He only drew what the boy had said, and let the boy see for himself that a square with 4-foot sides was not twice the first one, but 4 times its size. The boy went quiet. His certainty had left him. That silence was the whole point. A moment before, the boy thought he knew. Now he knew that he did not, and for the first time he actually wanted to find out. Socrates kept on, asking and never telling, drawing line after line in the dirt until the boy himself saw the answer, that the larger square must be built on the diagonal of the first. No one had handed him the theorem. He had, in some strange way, arrived at it on his own. And here is Plato's startling reading of that hour. The boy was not taught. Nobody had poured the theorem into him from the outside. He was reminded. Plato gave the idea a name, anamnesis. It is a Greek word, and it means simply recollection, a remembering. Learning on this view is not pouring new facts into an empty cup. It is turning back toward something the soul already holds and had only forgotten. The truths of geometry were not put into the boy from outside. They were drawn out of him, the way you draw water from a well that was full the whole time. Behind this lay the boldest of Plato's beliefs. The soul, he thought, existed before the body, and in that earlier state it looked upon the forms, the eternal patterns behind all the things we see. Then it was born into a body, into the dark, and it forgot. From here on, that forgetting is the sleep we live inside. And every true act of learning is a small waking the soul brushing against what it knew before it came down here. Notice what this does to knowledge. It stops being something you go out and get, like a coin you did not have before. It becomes something you turn toward, something already yours, waiting under the noise. The teacher does not fill you. The teacher, at best, does what Socrates did in the dust, asks the right question, and steps back, and lets you remember. Feel the weight of your body where it rests. You do not have to reach for anything tonight. There is a quieter layer beneath all this, and it is not really about geometry at all. Plato is saying that the deepest things you could ever know are not far away. They are not in some book you have not read, or some city you have not reached. They are close, closer than the day's noise. They are in you, under everything, the way the diagonal was in the boy before he could say it. He did not know he carried it, and neither, most nights, do you. And sometimes, in the dark, with nothing asked of you, a truth like that comes back on its own. You have felt it yourself, though you may never have called it that. Some hour past midnight, the house quiet, and a thought arrives that no one ever taught you, not a fact. A plain truth about how you should have lived. You should have called him back. You should have stayed. You should have been kinder to the one who is gone now, while there was still time. It comes without being summoned, and it comes whole, as if it had been waiting in the next room the whole time. The strange thing is not that the thought is sad. The strange thing is that it feels less like news and more like remembering. You did not learn it just now. Some part of you seems to have known it all along, and only in the dark, with nothing else pulling at you, does it come forward to be seen. Plato had a name for that feeling. He called it recollection. In the Meno, the dialogue we were just in, Socrates draws a whole theorem of geometry out of a boy who was never taught it, only by asking. And Plato's reading of what happened is the one we are sitting with now. The boy did not receive the knowledge from outside. He recovered it. It was already in him, and the questions only turned him back toward it. Learning, Plato says, is the soul remembering what it knew before it was born, before it came down into a body and forgot. You do not have to believe the whole picture to feel the truth it points at. Because you know this experience, not the geometry, the other kind, the plain thing about your own life that you seem to recognize the instant you finally see it, as though you are not being told but reminded. Nobody sat you down and taught you that you had been unkind, or that you had spent your best years chasing the wrong thing. And yet, at 3 a.m, there it is, arriving with the quiet certainty of something you have always known. It did not feel like a discovery. It felt like a return. Let your shoulders drop. Here is the part to be gentle with. A thought like that at this hour can turn sharp very fast. The recognition comes, and right behind it comes the urge to do something with it, to fix it tonight. To draft the message, to make the plan, to lie there rehearsing the apology or the change of course until the sky goes grey. That is the mind trying to pay all at once for something it only just remembered. You do not have to pay tonight. The remembering is enough. That is the whole of what this hour asks. You notice something true about how you have lived, and noticing it is already the turn toward the real that Plato spent his life describing. The doing can wait for morning. The morning is better at doing anyway. Nothing you hear tonight asks anything of you. The night is only for this, for letting the thing be true, and letting it rest beside you without your having to lift it. So if such a thought has come to you while you have been lying here, let it come. Do not push it away, and do not seize it. Let it be true. Then let it pass, the way the boy in the Meno let the shape of the square rise up in his mind and then set his stylus down. He did not have to hold it. It was his already. It was not going anywhere. Notice your breath. You do not need to change it. What Plato is telling you, underneath the strange old idea of a soul that lived before, is something plainer and kinder. You are not empty. You are not a person who has to be filled with truths from outside before you can be wise. A great deal of what you most need to know, you already carry. The work is not to acquire it. The work is only to turn quietly and remember. And there is a reason the turning is hard. A reason the remembering only comes when the house is still and the other voices have gone quiet. For inside you there is not one voice but several, and they do not all want the same thing. One of them wants to remember, the others want something else entirely. There is a strange thing Plato does in the fourth book of the Republic, his long book about what a just life is, and it is worth noticing before we go inside it. He set out to answer a small question: what makes one person just, one soul in order? And to answer it, he built an entire city on the page. Streets, classes, guardians, labourers. A whole imagined Athens, drawn only so he could look at a single quiet person more clearly. He thought the soul was too near to see, the way your own eye cannot see itself. So he made it large. He wrote a city to explain the thing that keeps one person awake at night. Let your shoulders drop. Inside that city, and inside you, Plato found three parts, not three ideas, three pulls, three voices, each wanting something different, each speaking in its own tone. The first he called reason. It is the part that loves what is true. It is quiet, usually. It does not shout. It wants to see things as they are, and to set them in their right order. And when it is working, it feels less like a command than like a clearing, a widening of the room. Reason is the part of you that, even now, is listening. The second he called spirit. This is not the ghostly kind of spirit. Plato meant something closer to heart or fire, the part that loves honor, that flushes with indignation, that cannot stand to be shamed. Spirit is what rises in you when something is unfair. It is the part that wants to win the argument, to be respected, to stand tall. On its own it can be rash, but Plato saw it as reason's natural ally, the force that can be trained to serve what is right. The third he called appetite. This is the largest part, the hungriest, the oldest. It loves comfort and food and rest and touch and having. It wants, and then it wants again, and it does not much care about the whole, only about the next thing. There is nothing evil in it. A body needs its appetites, and right. A body, but appetite left alone is a child with no sense of enough. Notice your breath. You do not need to change it. Now here is the part people miss. Plato did not say the just soul is the one that kills its appetites or silences its heart and lives on cold reason alone. He was not asking you to become less. A city with no laborers starves. A soul with no appetite would not last a week. Justice, for Plato, is not silence. It is order. It is each part doing its own work and trusting the others to do theirs. Reason sees. Spirit lends its fire to what reason sees, so that seeing turns into strength. And appetite, held in that gentle frame, is allowed to want, but it no longer rules. The wisest voice leads, the strong, warm one lends its strength. The hungry one is fed and settled and no longer runs the house. He drew a whole country to say something simple. A person is well when the true part leads, the brave part helps, and the hungry part rests inside the order the other two hold for it. There is a quieter layer beneath that. The trouble Plato saw comes when the order turns over, when appetite takes the throne and reason is made to serve it, to scheme for the next thing, to justify the wanting. Or when spirit breaks loose and burns for honor with nothing wise to aim it. Then the person is at war inside, three voices all talking at once, none of them listening, and the war does not stop when the lights go out. You know this war. Everyone who has lain awake knows it. The body already knew this. You can feel, right now, which of the three has the loudest voice in the dark, and you can feel, underneath, the quiet one that has been here the whole time, waiting to be let led. Tonight, you do not have to settle the argument. You only have to notice that it is an argument, and that you are not any single one of the voices in it. You are the room they are speaking in, and in a moment we will sit down with all three of them at the hour they are loudest. Book 4 of the Republic is where Plato lays out the three parts of the soul, and it is also, quietly, where he describes your exact night. Reason, spirit, appetite. Three voices. And right now, in the dark, all three of them are talking at once. Listen to appetite first, because it is the loudest. Appetite wants. It wants the phone on the table beside you. It wants the snack from the kitchen, the one you are not even hungry for. It wants to scroll, to reach for something, anything, to fill the hollow hour. Appetite does not care that it is late. It only knows that it is uncomfortable, and that comfort might be one more small reach away. Then there is spirit, the part that loves honor, the part that burns. Spirit is not hungry. Spirit is furious. It has pulled the day's argument back up onto the wall and is running it again, and this time you say the right thing, the sharp thing, the thing that wins. Spirit wants to be proven right. It wants the last word it never got. It rehearses the same 3 sentences until they wear a groove in the night. And underneath both of them, almost too quiet to hear, is reason. Reason is not asking for much. It is not hungry, and it is not proud. Reason wants only one thing tonight. It wants to sleep. Notice how outnumbered it is. 2 loud parts, 1 soft one. This is what Plato saw 2,400 years ago and drew as a council, a small government seated inside a single person. He built an entire city in the Republic to explain what is happening in one bed at 3 in the morning. The city was only ever a way to talk about the soul. Feel the weight of your body where it rests. Here is the thing Plato understood that is easy to miss. The trouble is not that you have appetite or that you have spirit. A person without appetite would not eat. A person without spirit would not stand up for anything. The 3 parts are not the problem. They never were. The problem is only which one is holding the reins tonight, and which ones have been left to shout. So ask gently, without scolding yourself, which one has been driving? Was it appetite, pulling you toward the kitchen and the phone? Was it spirit, keeping the old quarrel alive long past the hour anyone else remembered it? Most nights it is one of those 2, and reason has been sitting in the back, unheard, waiting for a turn that never comes. And here is the small detail that changes it. The very act of asking that question, of noticing which part has been in charge, is reason. That quiet observer watching the loud ones argue is the part that loves truth, and it has just stirred. You did not have to force it. You did not have to silence appetite or shout down spirit. You only had to notice, and in the noticing, reason came back to itself. The just soul, Plato said, is not one where 2 voices are strangled. It is one where the wise part governs gently, with the honor-loving part as its ally. You do not have to win the argument now. You do not have to answer the craving. You can let both of them keep talking if they must, and simply know that you are not either of them. You are the one listening. You have been this whole time. Let the council fall silent for a moment. Let appetite set down its wanting. Let spirit lay down the quarrel it has carried all day. Let them rest the way tired people finally rest when the meeting is over and no decision has to be made tonight. There is nothing here to decide. There is nothing here to win. Reason asked for sleep, and reason, it turns out, was right. It only had to wait for the others to tire. The body already knew this. It knew it before the argument started. It was always going to be reason's night in the end. Plato had one more image for this same struggle, softer than a council, older than a courtroom. He pictured the soul not as 3 voices in a room, but as a single driver holding the reins of 2 horses that pull hard in opposite directions. The council does not vote, it pulls. That is the next thing Plato saw, and he drew it as a different picture in a different dialogue. In the Phaedrus, Socrates walks outside the walls of Athens with a young man named Phaedrus, and they rest in the grass by a stream called the Ilissus, under a tall plane tree. It is a hot afternoon, and there, in the shade, Socrates offers an image for the soul that has outlived the tree, the stream, and the city itself. He says the soul is like a chariot. Picture it. A driver stands in the car, reins in both hands. 2 horses are harnessed in front of him, and they do not match. One is white and well-made, upright, a lover of honor. It needs no whip, and it strains toward the height. The other is dark and crooked and heavy, hard to steer. It drops its head and plunges toward the ground. The driver is the part of you that reasons. The horses are the rest. Feel the weight of your body where it rests. There is nothing here to steer tonight. You already met these 3 an hour ago as a council arguing in the dark. Here they are again, roped together and moving. That is the difference the picture makes. The parts of you are not sitting in a room debating. They are yoked to the same car, and the car is going somewhere whether you attend to it or not. The white horse lifts, the dark horse dives, and the driver, most nights, is simply holding on. There is a quieter layer beneath that. Plato is honest about how this feels. The 2 horses pull in opposite directions at the same instant, and the strain runs straight up the reins into the driver's hands. The white horse wants the climb. The dark horse wants the easy, downward thing right in front of it. Reason does not win by killing the dark horse. It cannot. The horse is strong, and it is yours. Reason wins slowly, by holding the reins through the pulling until even the unruly horse learns the shape of the road. If your mind has wandered off somewhere in the last minute, that is fine. Come back to my voice. Nothing has been missed. And here is the small detail that changes it. Plato says the chariot is trying to reach a particular height. Above the rim of the sky, he writes, stands the region where the true things are, the eternal patterns we have been circling all night. When the horses pull together and the driver holds steady, the soul rises far enough to catch sight of them, even for a moment, before it sinks again. The whole difficulty of a life is this: keeping the reins in your hands long enough to be lifted. So if you're still here with me, awake in the dark past the hour when most things are decided, this is the picture Plato drew for exactly this. Not a battle to be won by force. A driver, 2 mismatched horses, and a long road at night. You do not have to whip anything into line. You only have to hold the reins loosely and let the pulling settle, the way a tired team settles when the driver stops fighting them. Let your shoulders drop. Notice, if you like, that you have been holding those reins all day. The white horse strained after every good and honorable thing you meant to do. The dark horse dragged you toward the phone, the snack, the argument you wanted to win. And you, the driver, stood between them, tired from the effort of not being pulled apart. That tiredness is real. It is the honest ache of a soul that has 2 horses and only 2 hands. But the reins go slack at night. This is the hour when you can stop steering. The horses grow quiet in the dark. The white one folds its wings. The dark one lowers its head and stops straining toward the ground because there is nowhere left to go and nothing left to reach for. The chariot simply stands still under the plane tree, and the driver lets his arms fall. Hold that gently. It returns later. The horses are calm now. The car is not moving. And in that stillness there is only the driver and the dark and the wall in front of him where the day's images are still faintly playing. So here is where the picture comes home. Not the chariot, not the grove, not Athens. This room, the dark one, you are lying in right now, after midnight, with your eyes closed. Look at what is in front of you. There is a wall there, even with your eyes shut, and on it, faintly, the day is still moving. A face from a conversation, a message you read twice, a number that told you something about yourself. These are your shadows, and the wall they fall on is your own mind. You are the prisoner. Plato drew the cave in Book 7 of the Republic for a Glaucon who lived and died more than 2,000 years ago. But he was also drawing this: the chains, the fire, the flat wall of moving shapes. It was always a picture of a mind at night, mistaking its own images for the world. And here is the turn he promised. The freed prisoner in the story had to stand and be dragged and climb. You do not. The turn is quieter than that. You are not asked to fight the images tonight, or to argue with them, or to win. Fighting a shadow only keeps you facing the wall. The argument is another shadow. The turn is softer. It is loosening your grip, one finger at a time, and letting the images slide off the wall on their own. Let your shoulders drop. Notice what happens when you stop holding an image in place. The face you were replaying, if you quit feeding it, it thins. The message loses its second meaning. The number stops being a verdict and becomes just a number again. None of them were ever the thing itself. All of them were cast by something behind you that you could not see from where you sat. And here is the small detail that changes it. Remember, near the start of the night, the two kinds of not knowing, and how the more dangerous kind does not feel like doubt at all, but exactly like certainty. Bring that back now, and look at your wall with it. The things you were most sure of today, the judgment you were certain was fair, the story about yourself you did not think to question. Those certainties were the hardest shadows on the wall, the ones with the sharpest edges. Watch them now. They are beginning to lose their edges. That is what happens when you stop staring straight at a shadow and let your grip open. The outline goes soft. The certainty that felt like solid ground turns out to have been a shape thrown by firelight, and firelight moves. Do not force this. You are not making the certainties dissolve. You are only ceasing to hold them up. A shadow needs a watcher. Stop watching, and it simply stops mattering. This does not mean the day was a lie. It means the day was a wall of images, and you took the images for the whole of it, the way anyone chained since childhood would. There is no failure in that. There is only the turn available to you right here without your leaving the bed. The fire crackles behind them. That is the other half of what Plato saw, and it is a gentler thing than it sounds. Behind every shadow there is a fire, and behind the fire there is something real, carried past. You do not have to name it tonight. You only have to know it is there, that behind the flat, flickering wall of your closed eyes, something quiet and steady is casting the light. The fire is not your enemy. It is only the reason there was ever anything to see. You have spent your whole life reading the shadows. You are allowed, for a few hours, to stop. So let the wall be a wall. Let the images come and go across it, dimmer each time you refuse to chase them. You are turning already, simply by lying still and loosening your hold. This is the whole of the practice tonight. Not a climb, not a fight, only a hand slowly opening in the dark. And there is one more thing behind the turning, something Plato names in a different room, at a different kind of table. He said the pull that finally carries the soul away from the wall is not force at all. It is something much closer to love. There is a different way up, and it does not require chains or a captor or being dragged. Turn from the cave for a moment to a house in Athens on a night of wine and long talk. In one of Plato's dialogues, the Symposium, it means, plainly, a drinking party. A group of men take turns praising love. When it is Socrates' turn, he does not give a speech of his own. He tells them what he once learned from a woman named Diotima, a priestess from the town of Mantinea, who he says taught him everything he understood about love. And what she taught him was a ladder. She used a word we should keep, eros. It means desire, the pull toward what you do not yet have, not calm affection, the ache of wanting. From here on, just the pull. It is the most ordinary thing in the world, and Diotima made it a staircase. The pull starts low, she said. It begins with one beautiful body, a face across a room, a particular person you cannot stop looking at. There is nothing wrong with this, it is only the bottom rung. Most lives, she said, stop right here at the one beloved shape and never climb. But love, if you let it, learns. Feel the weight of your body where it rests. Nothing you hear tonight asks anything of you. The one who keeps climbing, Diotima said, begins to see that the beauty in one body is the same beauty found in all of them, and the grip of the single face loosens. That is the next rung. To love the beauty in all bodies and to hold no single one so tightly. Then the eye turns inward and learns that a beautiful soul is worth more than a beautiful face, that a good and steady person is lovelier than a passing form. That is the third rung. Higher still, you come to love beautiful laws, beautiful customs, the patterns that make a good life, and then the beauty of knowledge itself, the wide country of things worth understanding. Each rung is broader than the one below. Each asks you to let go of the smaller love to reach the larger. And at the top, this is where she was leading Socrates the whole time, the climber turns and sees it. Not a beautiful thing, beauty itself. The dialogue puts it roughly. A beauty that does not come and go, that does not grow or fade, that is not beautiful here and ugly there, but always itself everlasting. The source, the beautiful things were borrowing from all along. You have heard that shape before tonight. It is the cave, told again. The single body is a shadow on the wall. The climb from bodies to souls to laws to knowledge is the steep and rugged path. And beauty itself, at the summit, is the sun, the form of the good, wearing a different name. The prisoner in the cave had to be turned by force, dragged up the rocky slope against his will, his eyes stinging. The lover on Diotima's ladder is not dragged at all, he is drawn. He climbs because he wants to, one longing opening into a wider one. That is the quiet gift in this version. Plato gives us two ways to make the same climb. One is discipline, the hard turn, the forced ascent. The other is desire, rightly aimed. Love, Diotima says, is the energy that carries the soul upward. The same wanting that fastens us to one face can, if it keeps moving, lift us all the way to the real. Let your shoulders drop. Think gently of the things you have loved. A person, then the kind of person, then a certain way of living, then, maybe, some plain true thing you could not stop turning over. That was not four separate loves. Diotima would say it was one love, climbing, the same pull, finding higher and higher ground, one face, and then the whole reason a face could ever move you. You do not have to climb anything tonight. You are lying still, and the ladder is only an image, resting in the dark beside you. It is enough to know it is there, that wanting is not the enemy of rest, but a stairway, if you let it lead upward instead of round and round. And here is the small detail that changes it. The climb, at every rung, begins with an ache, the sweet, unfinished feeling of reaching for something not yet held. So the ladder is not a staircase you climb in comfort. It begins with a pull. Plato had a word for that pull, eros, the Greek word for love. But wider than we mean it, the deep wanting that leans the soul toward what it senses is real. From here on, just the pull. And the pull, when it is honest, is felt first as an ache. Here is why. To long for the true thing is to feel in the same moment how thin the thing you had really was. You reach past the shadow, and only then do you see it was a shadow. The reaching and the losing arrive together. You wanted the real face behind the reputation, and the wanting shows you all at once how little the reputation held. Let your shoulders drop. Two women, much closer to our own time, described what happens next with great care. Iris Murdoch, an English novelist and philosopher who read Plato all her life, gave it a plain name, unselfing. She meant the quiet moment when you look at something so fully, a bird outside a window, a person who is not you, that the anxious, grasping self goes quiet and, for a breath, is simply not there. The self that was always measuring, always checking the wall, lets go without a fight. Simone Weil, a French thinker who lived hard and died young, called the same thing attention, not effort, not strain. She meant a kind of looking so patient and so open that it stops being about you at all. Attention, she wrote, is the rarest and purest form of generosity. To give it is to step, for a moment, out of your own center. Notice your breath. You do not need to change it. Both of them are describing the turn, Plato's turn, the prisoner made to face the light, only felt from the inside. And both saw the same strange thing about it. Turning toward the real does not add something to you. It quietly dissolves something. The self that was clinging to the image loosens, and there is less of it than before, and that is the whole point. And here is the small detail that changes it. This is why the light hurts before it helps. Remember the freed man, dazzled, his eyes stinging at the fire and then the sun. We said hours ago that the pain was not a sign he had turned the wrong way. Now we can say what the pain actually is. It is not the eyes, it is the self. The sting is the small death of the part of you that lived on approval, the part that needed the message answered a certain way, the part that counted the room, the part that was only ever as real as the last shadow it was praised for. That part does not die quietly. It reads the loss of the shadow as the loss of everything. It calls the light cruel, but it is only the grip coming loose. The body already knew this. And on the far side of that small death, this is the thing worth holding tonight, is rest. Not the rest of getting more, but the rest of needing less. When the grasping self goes quiet, there is nothing left to defend, nothing left to keep checking. Wile's attention and Murdoch's unselfing both end in the same place. A person who can finally look at the world without needing the world to look back. The ache pointed up all along toward this, the plain relief of setting the self down. If your mind has wandered, that is fine. You do not have to force any of this. That is the last thing to understand about the ache. It is not a task. Eros does the lifting. Attention only holds still and lets it. The prisoner did not haul himself up by will, he was drawn, and then he was steadied. You are being drawn now, lying here, doing nothing, letting one shadow after another slide off the wall without chasing it. That is already the turn, that is already the loosening. Nothing you hear tonight asks anything of you. There was a man who understood this so completely that he could sit calm in a prison cell on the last afternoon of his life and comfort the friends who wept for him. He had been practicing the release for years. The prison was small, a stone room in Athens in 399 BCE, with a barred window and a door that only opened one way. Socrates had been kept there for weeks while a sacred ship made its slow trip to Delos and back, because the city would spill no blood until it returned. On the last morning, his friends came early. They found him rubbing his leg where the chain had been, and he was calm. That is the strange fact at the center of the Phaedo. The men who came to comfort him were the ones who wept, and the man about to die was the one who steadied them. Notice your breath. You do not need to change it. Plato was not there that day. He tells us so himself in the dialogue. In a single quiet line, he was ill. So the Phaedo is Plato writing down what he was told, an account of the hours he could not bear to watch. Maybe that is why he made it so gentle. A student sick in bed, imagining the calm his teacher kept without him. And here is the phrase, the whole scene turns on. Socrates tells his friends that a man who has truly given his life to philosophy will be of good cheer at the end, because philosophy, rightly understood, has always been a rehearsal. In one common rendering, he calls it a practice for dying. He does not mean a wish to die. He means something slower and stranger, that all his life he has been loosening his grip on the things his body clung to, so that when the last loosening came, it would already be familiar. Think of what that means against the wall we have been describing all night. The body wants the shadows. It wants the warmth of the fire, the comfort of the wall, the sweet things carried past on the walkway. Every appetite is a small hand closing on an image. And philosophy, as Socrates practiced it, was the daily work of opening those hands, one question, one honest admission, one turning away from what merely seemed true toward what actually was. 60 years of that, 60 years of setting shadows down. There is a quieter layer beneath that. He was not brave in the way a soldier is brave, gritting his teeth against fear. That is not what the room shows. He was unafraid the way a man is, unafraid of a house he has lived in his whole life. He had turned around so many times, in so many small ways, that the final turn held no terror. The prisoner in the story is dragged up the steep path against his will, dazzled, pained. But a man who has been climbing a little each day does not have to be dragged. He simply takes the next step, and it happens to be the last one. Let your shoulders drop. The hemlock came in the evening. The man who carried the cup apologized. Socrates thanked him, asked plainly how to take it, and drank it without a tremor. His friends broke down. And this is the detail Plato keeps, he was the one who gently scolded them, told them he had sent the women away precisely so the end could be quiet, and asked them to be still. Then he walked about until his legs grew heavy, as he was told they would, and lay down. The calm did not desert him. It had never been a mask. It was the shape a whole life had taken. The body already knew this. You do not have to make anything of that tonight. There is no lesson here you must carry into the morning. Only the picture of a man in a bare room who had practiced for decades, the one thing we are practicing now in a smaller way, letting the images loosen and fall, not grabbing after the next one, letting what is not essential slide off the wall and go. He had made a lifetime of it. We are only making an hour. And notice his calm did not come from being certain of what waited on the other side. He offered his friends reasons, arguments, hopes, and then admitted, in his mild way, that no honest man could be entirely sure. His peace did not rest on knowing. It rested on having lived well, and on the humility that let him say, without shame, that some things stayed beyond him. Which opens the last quiet question of the night. What kind of not knowing was that? The not knowing that let a man drink poison in peace. And how could it be so different from the not knowing that had sent him to that cell? Back at the very start of the night, I set something down beside you and asked you to hold it lightly. There are two kinds of not knowing, I said, and the more dangerous one does not feel like doubt at all. It feels exactly like certainty. Here, now, is what I meant. In Athens, there was a story Socrates liked to tell about himself. A friend of his walked all the way to Delphi and asked the oracle a simple question. Was any man wiser than Socrates? The oracle said no, and Socrates was baffled because he knew he was not wise. So he set out to prove the oracle wrong, to find just one man wiser than himself. He questioned the people the city admired, the poets, the skilled craftsmen, the confident men who ran things, and each time he found the same thing. They knew their own small trade well enough, but they believed that knowing one thing made them wise about everything. They did not know the edges of what they knew. So Socrates decided the oracle had meant something strange and quiet. He was wiser than these men in one respect, and one only. He did not think he knew what he did not know. The dialogue puts it roughly like this. The others believe they know something when they do not. I, at least, do not imagine I know what I have never learned. That thin difference was the whole of his wisdom. So here are the two kinds of not knowing at last. The first is the humble kind. You know that you do not know. It keeps the eyes open. It can still be surprised. It leaves a door ajar in case something true walks in. The second is heavier, and it hides. There is an old name for it. Double ignorance. You do not know, and you do not know that you do not know. The first, blindness, is quiet and honest. The second wears the confident face of certainty. And here is the small detail that changes everything. Double ignorance does not feel like ignorance from the inside. It feels like being right. It is the most comfortable place in the world to stand, because from in there nothing is left to learn. The door is not just closed, it has been painted over until it looks like solid wall. This was the jury that killed Socrates. In 399 BCE, 500 Athenians sat in judgment, and they were sure. Not troubled, not searching, sure. They knew the old man in front of them was dangerous, and their certainty had no door in it, no gap where a question could get through. The most certain room in the city voted for the hemlock. And it is the prisoner on the floor of the cave, the one who has faced the wall since he was a child, naming the shadows as they slide past. He is not confused, he is confident. Ask him what the world is, and he will tell you, without a flicker of doubt, that it is the shapes on the wall. His certainty is the chain. It holds him tighter than the iron ever could. Notice how gentle the cure is. It is not a new pile of facts. It is not more knowledge poured onto the wall. It is only the small humility that leaves a door open. The willingness to say, quietly, I might have this wrong. That is the whole of it. That is what Socrates carried, that the confident men did not. Let your shoulders drop for a moment. You do not have to sort your certainties tonight, or decide which of them were shadows. Nothing here asks that of you. You only have to notice, softly, how much of the day was spent being sure. And there is a rest in that noticing if you let there be one. The humble not knowing is lighter to carry than the certain kind. It sets things down. It stops standing guard over the wall. It does not have to win. The body already knew this. You feel it now, the loosening, when there is nothing left to defend. And the one who learns it, the one who turns and climbs and finally stops being sure of the shadows, he does not get to keep the quiet of the height all to himself. There is one more thing Plato asks of him. He is sent back down, so he is out. The prisoner who was dragged up the steep passage, who wept at the fire and then at the sun, is standing at last in the open air. He can see the trees, the water, the faces of real people. He can see the sun itself, and he understands now that it was the sun all along, casting every shadow he ever named. You would think the story ends there. A man escapes. He finds the light. He is free. That is where most stories would close. Plato does not let it close. In Book 7 of the Republic, Socrates tells Glaucon what happens next, and it is the strangest turn in the whole tale. The freed man does not get to keep the sun. He is obligated to go back down, back into the chamber, back to the wall, the chains, the flickering shapes, and the people who are still watching them. Let your shoulders drop. Think about what that means for a moment. He has climbed the hardest climb of his life. He has seen the one thing worth seeing. And Plato says his work is not finished until he turns around and walks back into the dark he escaped from. Why would anyone go back? Not for himself. There is nothing down there he wants. He goes back for the others. For the men still chained to the bench, naming shadows, certain they see the whole world. He knows something they do not, and he finds he cannot simply keep it to himself. Here is the small detail that changes it. When he goes back down, his eyes no longer work in the cave. Socrates is precise about this. Eyes that have looked at the sun are ruined for the dark. The man stumbles. He gropes along the wall. He cannot make out the shadows the others read so easily, and he cannot win the little games of guessing which shape comes next. The climb up was hard. The climb back down is worse. Now he goes down knowing what waits, and knowing he will not be able to see it clearly when he gets there. So he looks like a fool. The prisoners watch him fumble and draw the obvious conclusion. Whatever he did up there, it damaged him. He went up with good eyes and came back blind. Better to stay here, they decide, where a man can still see. This is Plato's quiet warning, and it is worth holding. The one who has seen the most will look to those who have seen nothing, like the one who has lost the most. Feel the weight of your body where it rests. There is a harder claim underneath this, and it is the heart of the chapter. For Plato, wisdom that stays on the mountain is not yet wisdom. The man who climbs out sees the sun and remains up there in the light, content, alone, has stopped halfway. The seeing is only half of it. The other half is the coming back. It is the difference, for Plato, between a man who is merely clever and a man who is good. The clever man keeps what he finds. The good man carries it home. You can hear how strange that is. We usually imagine the wise as the ones who have gone up and away, who sit apart on some high, clean peak above the noise. Plato says no. The peak is not the destination. The one who understands the good is bound to carry it back down to the people who never left. Not because they will thank him. They will not. Not because he will be believed. He will not. But because a light you keep entirely to yourself, Plato thought, is a light you have not fully understood. To see the sun is to owe something to the ones still facing the wall. There is a quieter layer beneath that. Notice that Plato does not make the return sound noble or bright. He makes it awkward. The returned man trips. He squints. He is mocked for eyes that have seen too much. The good work in this old story does not arrive wearing a crown. It arrives stumbling, half blind, laughed at by the very people it came back for. And Plato knew exactly how that story tends to end. He had watched it happen once to a real man in a real city. The prisoners do not welcome the one who returns. That much he tells us plainly. What they do to him instead is the next thing waiting in the dark. He goes back down. That is the part people forget when they tell this story, that the man who reached the sun turns around and walks back into the ground down the same steep and broken path he was hauled up, only now he moves toward the dark instead of away from it, and his eyes no longer work down there. This is the detail Plato lingers on in Book 7 of the Republic. Coming in from the bright world, the returned prisoner is blind in the cave, the way you are blind stepping indoors from the noon sun. He cannot make out the shadows on the wall. He gropes, he guesses wrong. The others have spent their whole lives reading that wall, and they are quick at it, and they watch him fail. Let your shoulders drop. Think about what the chained ones see. They see a man who left and came back ruined. He used to be one of them, good at the only game there is, naming the shapes, calling which one comes next, keeping a kind of score. Now he fumbles at it. He talks about a light they cannot picture and a world they have never touched. And the plainest explanation, the one that costs them nothing, is this. Going up there damaged him. The climb took his eyes. Better to stay. Better never to leave the wall at all. Notice your breath. You do not need to change it. And here is the smallest, saddest turn in it. He came back for them. He climbed down out of something like love to tell them there is more than the wall, and the news lands as an insult. He is not believed. He is not thanked. He is laughed at by the very people he came to help. And the more clearly he tries to describe the sun, the more certain they grow that the climb unhinged him. That is where Plato turns cold. He writes in plain terms that the prisoners would not only mock the one who came back, if they could get their hands on the man who kept trying to loosen their chains and lead them up into the light, they would put him to death. Sit with that for a moment. They would kill him. Not out of cruelty, exactly. Out of certainty. Out of the deep comfort of the wall and the fury that rises when someone tells you the thing you have staked your whole life on is only a shadow. The offer of freedom is no gift to a man who is sure he is already free. It feels like an attack. Plato's first readers did not need this explained. They were Athenians. They had known a man who walked among them asking questions, loosening the certainties people carried, turning them around to look at what they only thought they knew, and they knew what their city had done to him. In 399 BCE, Athens tried Socrates, found him guilty, and handed him the cup of hemlock. He was put to death for the crime of trying to free minds that did not want to be freed. The teacher who never wrote a word is written into this one line. When Plato says the prisoners would kill the one who came back, he is not inventing a threat, he is remembering a courtroom. He is remembering the prison. He built the whole cave in part to explain the death of the man he loved most, to make sense of how a city could be so sure and so wrong and so ready to kill the person who had seen more. The fire crackles low behind them. There is a quieter layer beneath that, and it is worth holding gently. The prisoners are not monsters. Any of us, chained since childhood to a single wall, would defend that wall too. The one who came back knew this. He knew it before he ever climbed down. He went anyway. You do not have to solve any of this tonight. Nothing you hear asks anything of you. Feel the weight of your body where it rests. Let the courtroom fade. Let the hemlock fade. Let the anger of the chained ones settle like dust going still in a dark room. It is an old grief, and it has already been grieved. But the question stays, small and patient in the quiet. If he knew they would mock him, and knew they might kill him, and climb down anyway, then what exactly became of the one who went back? Near the start of the night, I asked you to hold on to one figure and then set him gently back down, the prisoner who was freed. The one who climbed the steep passage, stood in the open air, and looked at last on the sun. Do you remember him? Plato does one more thing with that man, and it is the strangest turn in the whole story. Having reached the light, he goes back down. If some part of you is still here with me in the dark, this is the peace worth staying for. He did not have to. Nothing held him up top. He could have stayed in the sun, warm and finally seeing, and left the cave to keep its shadows. No one above ground would have blamed him. The climb had been rough. He had been dragged up it against his will. He had earned the rest. And still, in Plato's telling, he turns from the light and walks back down into the same dark room where the others sit chained, naming the shapes on the wall. Why would anyone do that? Plato's answer is quiet and hard. He goes back for the others. He has seen what they have not, and he finds he cannot simply keep it. To know that the wall is only shadow, and to leave the chained ones staring at it forever, would be its own kind of cruelty. So he makes the climb again, the wrong way, downward. Not for himself, for them. And here is the small detail that changes it. He is not thanked. You heard, a moment ago, how it goes for him. His eyes, used now to the sun, can no longer make out the shadows the others read so easily. He fumbles in the dark. He seems worse off than before he left, as if the climb had ruined him. They laugh, and Plato writes, without softening it, that if they could lay hands on the one who keeps trying to loosen their chains, they would kill him. He went back out of love, and it cost him everything. Let your shoulders drop for a moment. This next part is the whole reason Plato told the story at all. Because this prisoner is not only an idea. Plato's first readers knew exactly whom he was drawing. A man who walked the agora in Athens, owning nothing, asking his patient questions, trying to turn people around to face what they only thought they knew. A man who had in his own way seen the sun, and who came back down among his fellow citizens to describe it. They did not thank him either. In 399 BCE, they voted him to death, and he drank the hemlock in a prison cell, calm to the end. This is Socrates, the teacher whose death opened this whole night. Plato took the worst day of his own life and set it inside a cave so that the shape of it could be seen from a distance and never quite lost. There is a quieter layer beneath that. The prisoner who goes back is not only Socrates, gone now for many centuries. He is anyone who turns around, anyone who loosens the grip of the shadows even a little, and then feels the strange pull to go back and say softly to the people still watching the wall, "It is not what you think. There is more. You can turn. It rarely lands. The ones facing the wall are comfortable there. The wall asks nothing of them. The person describing the light sounds, from where they sit, a little mad. So the ones who have seen learn to speak gently, not to drag, not to mock the chains they wore themselves not so long ago, only to stand nearby and describe what lies behind them and wait. You do not have to be that person tonight. Nothing you hear asks it of you, but it is worth knowing the story told in the 7th book of the Republic does not end at the sun. Plato could have stopped there, with the freedman happy in the light, and left us a tidy tale of escape. He did not. He sent him back down into the dark, among the same faces and the same wall. What that going back truly asks of a person, and why Plato thought it mattered more than the climb, is the last thing to sit with before the fire burns low. So the climb does not end at the sun. That is the part we get wrong when we first hear the story told. We picture the top as the prize, the clear air, the light, the last high thing finally seen, and we think that is where a person is meant to stay. Plato does not let him stay. He sends the freedman back down the same rough passage he was dragged up, back into the dark, back to the wall and the fire and the people who never left. And this, Plato says quietly, is where the whole thing was headed all along. The seeing was never the finish. The finish is the coming back. Let your shoulders drop. There is nothing here you have to climb. Think about what that means for a moment. It would be easier to stop at the sun, to have your insight and keep it high up, away from the noise. Plenty of people do. They find something true and they hold it at arm's length from their actual life, like a photograph of a place they once visited. It stays clean that way. It also stays useless. The harder thing is to carry it back down into the ordinary day, the same kitchen, the same commute, the same face across the table that you have looked at 1,000 times and stopped really seeing. The return means walking back into all of that, unchanged on the outside, and finding it changed because you are. There is a quieter layer beneath that. A woman named Iris Murdoch spent her life on exactly this problem. She was a philosopher and a novelist in England, and she read Plato closely, and she thought the real work of a good life was not some grand ascent at all, it was attention. A just and loving look turned on the plain thing in front of you, the person, the task, the moment you would rather rush past. She had a word for what gets in the way, the self. Always busy, always narrating, always turning the world into a story about you. And she had a word for the cure, unselfing. Getting yourself out of the way long enough to see what is actually there. That is the return, told in a language closer to home, not a mountaintop, a kitchen sink seen clearly, a person loved without the fog of what you want from them. Feel the weight of your body where it rests. And notice how much harder that is than the climb. Anyone can feel lifted for an hour by a beautiful idea. Fewer can bring the idea home and let it change how they pour the coffee, how they listen, how they forgive. Murdoch thought that plain, unglamorous, returned attention was the truest thing a human being does. Not the vision on the height, the gaze brought back down to the ground. The freed prisoner does not become someone else up there in the light. He becomes someone who can finally see the cave for what it is, and then he goes back into it and lives there, awake. This is the part that finishes the work. The light is easy to love from a distance. The bringing of it home into the noise, the tiredness, the people who did not climb, that is the labor, and Plato thought a life was not complete without it. Here is the small mercy in all of this, though. None of the returning has to happen tonight. That is the morning's work. And morning is a long way off. Tonight there is only the turning, the loosening of your grip on the wall, the letting the day's images slide off it one by one. You are not being asked to walk back down anywhere. You are not being asked to carry anything, or fix anyone, or be different by dawn. Nothing you hear tonight asks that of you. The climb can wait. The return can wait. The whole bright, difficult business of living it out can wait for the light. All that is asked in this dark room is that you turn a little away from the flickering wall, toward the quiet behind it, and then rest. And when the mind finally lets go of the day, something older comes up to meet it. Plato had one last story for that, told at the very end of the Republic, about a soldier who died, and what the souls do before they are born again. Near the very end of the Republic, in the 10th and final book, after all the long argument about justice and the soul, Plato does something strange. He stops reasoning and tells a story instead. It is the last thing in the whole book, and it is about death. A soldier named son of Arminius, is killed in battle. His body is carried home with the other dead. 10 days pass, then 2 more, and when they lift him onto the funeral pyre to burn him, he wakes. He sits up. He is alive. He has been somewhere, and he has come back to tell what he saw. That is the frame of what later readers came to call the myth of air. A man dies, crosses over, and returns to report. Plato uses it to show what he thinks the soul meets on the far side. He describes a wide meadow where the dead gather after judgment. Some have come up from below, worn and dusty from a long punishment. Some have come down from above, clean and rested from their reward. They sit in the meadow and talk, the way travellers do who have been on the road 1,000 years. And then they are called to the thing that matters most. Let your shoulders drop. This is only a story an old man told, and you are only lying here, listening. They are called to choose. In front of the gathered souls are laid out the patterns of lives they might live next, lives of every kind, rich and poor, famous and quiet, human and even animal. Each soul, in turn, steps forward and chooses the life it will be born into. We will come back to that choice in a moment. For now, follow them past it. Once a soul has chosen, it is bound to that life, and the whole crowd sets out together across a great plain. Plato calls it the plain of forgetting. It is bare, nothing grows there. No tree, no grass, no shade, only scorched ground under a hard sky, and the heat pressing on them as they walk. At the far edge of that plain runs a river. Its name is Lethe, the river of forgetting, and its water cannot be held in any cup. It slips through everything. Every soul crossing over to a new life must stop at Lethe and drink. That is the rule. You cannot go back into a body carrying all of this, the meadow, the choosing, the 1,000 years. You have to set it down first. So each one kneels at the water and drinks, and the drink takes the memory with it. And here is the detail Plato is careful about. Not everyone drinks the same amount. The ones with some wisdom, some care, drink only what they must, a small measure, and no more. But the foolish, the ones who never learned to hold themselves back, drink deep. They are thirsty, and the water is easy, and they swallow far past the measure. The more they drink, the more they lose. The ones who drink too much forget everything. Not only the pain and the reward, but the choice they just made, and the meadow, and every hard thing the long road might have taught them. Then, in the night, there is thunder, the ground shakes, and all the souls are carried upward, each to its own birth, scattered like shooting stars. Air alone was not allowed to drink. He keeps the memory, watches it all, and wakes on the pyre, which is the only reason we have the story at all. Notice what Plato has done. He has taken the whole long climb of this book, the shadows, the turn, the sun, and set it against one plain of scorched ground and one river. On the plain of forgetting, all of it can be lost. A soul can stand in that meadow having seen everything, choose well or badly, cross the burning ground, kneel at the water, and drink until none of it is left. The forgetting is not a punishment here. It is simply what happens. Everyone drinks. Everyone forgets the crossing. The only question is how much. Whether you go into the next thing with a little kept back, or with nothing at all. But before the river, before the scorched plain, there was that one moment we walked past. The souls stood before the lives laid out in front of them, and each one reached out and chose. And so each soul steps forward to choose. Plato watches them in the myth of told at the very close of the Republic, and what he sees is not wisdom. Most souls choose their next life out of habit. The man who was a tyrant, given the whole field of possible lives spread before him, reaches again for tyranny. He learned nothing from the last one. He grabs the first great power he sees, and only later, looking closer, finds the eating of his own children folded inside it, and the ruin waiting at the end. He chose the way he had always chosen. The old groove was deep, and his hand went to it before his mind could speak. That is the part that should stay with us. Not the strangeness of the afterlife, but the plainness of the choosing. Each soul picks the shape of the thing it already loved. The one who spent a life chasing honor chooses honor again. The one who spent a life gathering chooses gathering again. And then, having chosen, they walk out across the scorched plain to the river, and they drink, and the drinking takes it all away. Feel the weight of your body where it rests. Here is the turn Plato leaves for us, quiet and without pressure. The forgetting comes after the choosing, not before. Whatever you carry into that river, you carry from the life you actually lived, from the grooves you actually wore. So the work is not at the water's edge. It is now, while you still remember what the sun was. The turn we have been circling all night, away from the wall of shadows and toward the real thing that casts the light, is a turn to make before the river, not at it. And here is the small mercy in that. You do not have to make it all at once. The tyrant chose badly because he chose fast out of the old habit without pausing to look. But you are not choosing fast tonight. You are lying still. You have been letting the day's images pass one by one, the face, the message, the number, not chasing a single one of them down. That is already a kind of choosing. That is already the smallest turn away from the groove. There is a quieter layer beneath that. The soul that has some wisdom, Plato says, drinks from the river more carefully and keeps a little of what it learned, not by force, by having practiced in life the loosening of its grip. You have been practicing it all night without calling it that. Each shadow you set down instead of naming, each opinion you let slide off the wall instead of holding, was a small rehearsal for drinking lightly. The body already knew this. It knows how to let go of a thing it does not need to carry. So choose while you still remember. That is the whole of the invitation, and it asks nothing more of you than what you are already doing. You do not have to decide the shape of a whole life in the dark. You only have to let the images keep passing, and let the wanting for them go soft, and let the wall lose a little more of its hold. The choosing is not a single great act at a river you cannot see. It is this, repeated gently, until the old groove is no longer the only groove your hand knows. Let your shoulders drop. Let that settle. There is nothing to solve here and nothing to hurry. The river is far off, and you are not near it tonight. You are only here, in the dark room, letting go of one shadow and then another, choosing without strain the direction of the light instead of the shape on the wall. That is enough. That is the turn, made small, made quiet, made in the one place it can actually be made, which is now. You have already begun. Just by lying here. Just by letting the images go without a hand reaching after them. The choosing has started, softer than you noticed, and it does not need your effort to continue. Rest in that a moment. Then let even the choosing grow still, and let the whole long shape of the night gather itself for one last unhurried climb. So let us hold the whole of it now, once, before we let it go. Not to study it, not to keep it, just to feel the shape of it in the dark, the way your hand might run along a wall it has passed 1,000 times and never once really touched. There was a room, underground. People chained there since they were children, held so they could face only one blank wall, never turning to see behind them. That was the start of it. The chains were the first thing. Behind them, a fire, and between the fire and the chained ones, a low walkway, where figures passed carrying carved shapes, so that only shadows fell on the wall the prisoners watched. They named those shadows. They grew skilled at it. They took the names for the whole of the world and did not know there was anything else to see. Then one was set free. He was made to stand and turn, and the light of the fire stabbed at eyes that had known only shadow. It hurt. He wanted the wall back. That was the turn, the hardest part and the smallest. A single movement of the body away from the familiar. Then the climb, steep and rough, and he had to be pulled up it against his own wanting. And at the top, a slow order of seeing, first shadows again, then reflections lying on water, then the things themselves, then the night sky, and last of all, when his eyes could finally bear it, the sun, the source. The one light everything below had only borrowed. And then, this is the part we so easily forget, he went back down, into the dark, toward the others. Shadows, chains, the painful turn, the steep climb, the sun, the walk back down. 6 moments and one shape. Hold that gently. It returns later. Here is what I would offer you about that shape tonight. It is not only Plato's story about some other person, some freed man in an old book. It is a shape a life can take. Your life, if you let it. Not tonight, not by any effort, but as a direction, a way the days might lean when you are no longer looking. Down here among the shadows now, the turn, someday, the long, slow climb. And the coming back, changed, to the same room and the same faces. There was a man, more than 500 years after Plato, named Plotinus. He lived in the Roman world and read Plato the way you might read a letter from someone you loved and never met. And he took this shape and made it larger than a cave. He said that all things flow out from a single source. He called it the One, the way light pours from the sun without the sun growing less. Everything that exists has come out from it, and everything, in its own slow way, is turning back toward it, the whole of it, one long going out and one long coming home. The outward road and the road back are the same road. You do not travel to some far country to find what is real. You turn where you are, and the way out was the way in all along. There is a quieter layer beneath that. It means the climb was never really away from here. The sun the freedman found was not somewhere else. It was what had been casting every shadow he ever named, the whole time, while he sat in the dark and did not know it. He did not leave home to find it. He was always, in a sense, already near it. He only had to turn, so you do not have to hold any of this. Not the 6 moments, not the names, not Plotinus, not the one, not the order of the seeing. Let your shoulders drop. The shape does not need you to keep it. It has kept itself for 2,400 years without your help, and it will keep itself while you sleep. Feel the weight of your body where it rests. We have come a long way tonight, down into the room and all the way up to the sun and back. There is only the coming down left now, and it is the gentlest part. The fire that lit the whole cave is beginning at last to burn low. The fire is burning low now. Down in the cave, in Plato's old room, the flames that threw every shape onto the wall are sinking into their coals. You do not have to do anything about this. It happens on its own, the way a fire always does when no one feeds it. The light that was sharp goes amber, the light that was amber goes dim. And as it dims, the shadows change. Watch what happens to them. The hard black edges that made each shape look like a fact begin to blur. The outline of the carried figure, the animal, the man on the walkway, all of it goes soft, the way a shape goes soft when you are almost asleep and no longer holding it in place. Nothing is being taken from you. The shapes are only losing the sharpness that made them seem so certain. Let your shoulders drop. There is nothing here to solve tonight. That is worth saying plainly, because the mind at this hour still reaches for the thing it can fix, the sentence to rewrite, the account to settle, the shadow to name correctly one last time. You can put that reaching down. The fire is going out whether or not you settle anything, and the settling was never what dimmed it. Marcus Aurelius, a Roman emperor who wrote to himself at night by lamplight, kept returning to one small idea. He put it in plain terms, roughly. You can choose not to be harmed, and when you drop the sense of injury, the injury itself is gone, not the event, the sting of it, the part you carry. Sit with that for a moment, gently. So much of what still flickered on your wall tonight was not the thing itself, but the harm you had wrapped around it, the tone you read into the message, the slight you were sure was meant, the verdict you imagined the room had passed. Marcus is not telling you to pretend none of it happened. He is telling you that the hurt is a thing you are holding, and that a hand can open. Let it go now, with the light. Feel the weight of your body where it rests. The bed beneath you is holding all of it. You do not have to hold yourself up and you do not have to hold the day up either. As the fire sinks, let the grievance sink with it, not by force, by simply loosening the fingers. The way you would set down something heavy you had carried so long you forgot you were carrying it. The fire crackles once and lower. The shadows are grey now, not black. They still move a little on the wall, and that is all right. You are not trying to make them stop. You are only letting them go soft, the way everything goes soft when the fuel is nearly spent and the room is finally, honestly, dark. Notice your breath. You do not need to change it. Plato left the fire in his story on purpose. It was never the enemy. It was only the thing that made the shadows possible, a smaller light, a borrowed light, standing in for the sun the freed man finally saw. And now, at the end of the night, even that smaller light is allowed to rest. The cave does not need to be lit for you to sleep in it. The dark down here is not the dark of the chained beginning. It is the dark that comes after seeing, when there is nothing left that has to be watched. Nothing you hear now asks anything of you. The coals glow and dim and glow. The wall is quiet, the shapes have almost finished their long fade, and you did not have to chase a single one of them down into the dark. And if some small part of you is still awake here, still faintly turning toward the quiet at the back of the room, that is the last thing worth noticing tonight. If you are still faintly here, drifting at the edge of these words, then let me say the smallest thing. There is nothing left to understand tonight. You do not have to reach the end of the cave. You do not have to follow the man up the steep path or stand where the sun would hurt. You have already done the one thing the whole story asks. You turned, not with effort, not by deciding. You turned simply by lying here in the dark and letting the day's images pass without chasing a single one. The message you reread this morning, the face, the number, they rose on the wall, and you did not run after them. That is the turn. It was never a great heave of the will. It was this, a loosening, a letting, a quiet, not grasping. Feel the weight of your body where it rests. There was a woman named Simone Weil, born in Paris in 1909, who thought harder about this than almost anyone. She was frail and fierce, a teacher who gave away her food, who worked in factories to feel what the tired feel. She wrote very little that she meant to publish, and most of what we have was found in her notebooks after she died, young, at 34. She spent her short life on one idea above the others, attention. Not the hard, clenched attention of a person straining to solve. The other kind, the open kind. Weil said in plain terms that attention is the rarest and purest form of generosity, a waiting, an emptiness held open, so that the real thing can arrive on its own. You do not seize it. You make room and let it come. And here is the small detail that changes it. That is exactly what you are doing right now. Lying still. Not solving. Not chasing. Letting the words move through you and letting them go. This loose, unhurried noticing, this is the attention Weil spent her life pointing at, and it turns out to be the easiest thing in the world once you stop trying. It is not work. It is the opposite of work. It is a kind of rest. Plato would have recognized her. His whole cave is a story about where you point the eye, and while only made it gentler. She said, you do not have to drag the eye anywhere. You only have to stop forcing it toward the wall. Loosen the grip, and it drifts on its own toward what is quiet and true. Notice your breath. You do not need to change it. So there is nothing here for you to do. The understanding can go. The effort can go. If a moment ago you were still trying to hold the whole shape of the night in your mind, the chains, the fire, the long climb, the sun, you can set all of it down now. None of it was ever a test. You will not be asked to recite it in the morning. Nothing you have heard tonight asks anything of you. If your mind has wandered off somewhere in the last little while, that is fine. That wandering is not a failure. It is the grip already loosening. You do not have to come back and find your place. There is no place to find. The turning is already done. And the plain, strange truth of it is that you did the hardest thing without any effort at all. The same thing the freed prisoner needed a lifetime and a steep road to learn. He was dragged. You only lay down. He had to be forced toward the light. You simply stopped facing the wall. So rest here. There is no next rung tonight, no sun to reach, only this soft attention, held so lightly it barely knows itself, carrying you down instead of up. Let your shoulders drop. The images are still on the wall in front of you. You know that now. But they are dimmer than they were, and softer at the edges, and in a moment they will soften further still. The faces are dimmer now. That is the first thing to notice, if you notice anything at all. The wall that held them so brightly all day has begun to lose its light, and the images on it are going soft at the edges. The message you read too many times. It is still there, but it is smaller now, and it asks less of you. The number that told you what you were worth, it is fading too. Watch it go pale. The room you wanted something from, the approval, the nod, the sense that you had done enough. That room is dark now. You do not have to stand in it any longer. All of them were shadows. You know that now. Cast by a fire you never chose, thrown onto a wall by hands you never saw. And a shadow, once you know it for a shadow, cannot hold you the way it did. Marcus Aurelius, an emperor who wrote to himself at night, put it in plain terms. It is not the thing that disturbs you, but your judgment about the thing. Take away the judgment, and the disturbance goes with it. The message did nothing to you. The number did nothing. You were the one who lit them up. And tonight you are simply letting the light go down. Let your shoulders drop. Notice how much quieter the wall becomes when you stop feeding it. A shadow needs a watcher. Look away, even a little, and it thins. Look away completely, and it is only dark, and the dark asks nothing. Feel the weight of your body where it rests, the bed beneath you, the small warmth you have made in the blankets. None of that is a shadow. That is real, and it stays real whether you watch it or not. The faces flicker once more, then less. The message, the number, the room, let each one soften, let each one fade. It is all right that they fade. They were never the thing itself. They were only the play of light on a wall, and the light is burning low. Marcus wrote something else. Near the end of his own long days, soon you will have forgotten the world, and soon the world will have forgotten you. He did not mean it as a sorrow, he meant it as a release. The things you carried so carefully today will loosen their hold, and that loosening is not a loss, it is rest arriving. There is nothing here to hold on to. That is the strange gift of the hour. In the day you had to grip, to keep the message in mind, to keep the number close, to keep the room's good opinion. Here you can open your hand. The shadows do not need you. They never did. Feel how the mind, when it stops chasing, grows still on its own. You are not making it quiet. You are only letting it be quiet, the way a pond goes flat once you stop throwing stones. The faces are almost gone now. One is only an outline. Another has already slipped off the edge of the wall and into the dark, and you did not even see it leave. Good. Let it go. Notice your breath. You do not need to change it. The message gone soft, the number gone dim, the room emptied of everyone whose opinion you were counting. What is left on the wall is faint and getting fainter, and none of it can follow you where you are going. If your mind has wandered, that is fine. Wandering is its own kind of letting go. The fire behind the wall is only embers now. The shapes it throws are thin and slow. Soon there will be nothing bright enough to cast a shadow at all. And when the shadows are gone, you will find there was never anything on that wall worth chasing. Here, in the dark, there is nothing left to win. Notice that, not as a loss, as a kind of quiet you can lie down inside all day. The wall in front of you offered prizes, a place in the room, a name said with respect, a number that meant you were doing well, each one a shadow, each one worth chasing only because someone, somewhere, was carrying the object that cast it. And now the fire is low, the shadows are soft, and the prizes have gone dim along with them. There is no status to win here, no approval to gather, no shadow worth the running. Let your shoulders drop. Feel how much of the day was spent in pursuit. The small races you barely noticed you were running, the checking, the comparing, the quiet arithmetic of where you stood against the others in the room. That is the tiredness in your body now, resting where it rests. It is the tiredness of the chase, and the chase tonight is over. Seneca knew this weariness. He lived in Rome, close to more wealth and more power than almost anyone, and he watched men who had everything still reaching, still restless, still sure the next thing would finally be enough. He wrote about it in his letters to a younger friend. He put it roughly this way: "It is not the man who has too little who is poor, but the man who always wants more. The poverty was never in the purse, it was in the wanting." Hold that gently, because the opposite is also true. The one who has enough has already stopped chasing, not because he grabbed everything, because he set the running down. Seneca called that a kind of wealth no one could take, since it did not depend on getting one more thing. And tonight you have already begun to set it down. You did not decide to. You simply grew tired enough and lay still enough and let the images slide off the wall without going after a single one. There is nothing here you have to catch. Say it slowly, if it helps. Nothing here to catch. The message you kept rereading has stopped asking. The room whose approval you counted has emptied and gone quiet. The number that told you your worth has faded with the rest of the shadows. None of them are chasing you, and you no longer have to chase them. Nothing you hear tonight asks anything of you. This is the strange gift of the dark room. In the light, the shadows moved, and so you had to keep moving. That is why the running never finished, no matter how fast you went. You cannot catch a shadow. You can only keep it in sight and grow more tired, and call the tiredness a life. But in the dark, when the fire burns low, the shadows stop moving. They only fade. And a thing that is fading does not have to be chased. It can simply be let go. Feel the weight of your body where it rests. There is no place you have to be by morning that you are not already on your way to by lying here. No prize the night is withholding. The chase asked you to earn your rest, always later, always after one more thing. It was lying. The rest was here the whole time, waiting under the noise, and you have finally come to sit in it. Let the wanting go soft, the way the shadows went soft. You do not have to want anything right now. You do not have to reach. The reaching is what kept you on the wall, and you are not on the wall anymore. You are here in the dark with the chase behind you and the fire going down. And when the last shadow finishes fading, something will still be there. Quiet, unmoved. It did not need your watching to stay real, and it will not leave when you close your eyes. There is one reassurance tonight, and it is small, and it asks nothing of you. The real does not need you to watch it. Think of what that means, lying here. The wall in front of you has been the day's images, the face, the message, the number. And you have spent years quietly believing that if you stopped looking, something would go wrong. That the room would forget you. That your worth would slip if you were not there to hold it up with your attention. But the shadows were never the real thing, and the real thing does not depend on your eyes. Plato's sun does not go out when you close them. The good, his word for the source that lets us see at all and makes things real, does not flicker off the moment you look away. It was there before you turn to it. It will be there while you are asleep and watching nothing at all. That was the whole point of putting the sun at the top of the climb. It is not one more object to keep in view. It is what lets there be any seeing at all, and it goes on being that whether or not a single prisoner is awake to notice. So consider gently the things that are actually true of you. They stay true while you sleep. If you were kind today, The kindness is not undone by your closing your eyes on it. If something in you is decent, or patient, or quietly brave, it does not evaporate the moment you stop performing it for the wall. What is real about you does not need an audience, and it does not need you. It simply is the way the sun is, going on shining over an empty field at noon while no one looks up. This is the thing Augustine spent years looking for in every other place first. He chased the shadows a long while, reputation, cleverness, the next desire, and found each one moving the way shadows move, always just ahead of the hand. And then, late, he turned. He wrote in plain terms that the heart stays restless until it comes to rest in the one thing that does not change. He had been trying to rest on the wall. There is no rest there. Rest is on the other side of it, in what stays. You can let go of the wall now. It will hold nothing against you. The images do not keep score of whether you watch them tonight. The approval you were counting does not shrink because you set the counting down. Nothing real is lost when you loosen your grip. That was the fear that kept the prisoner facing forward all those years, that to look away was to lose the world. But the world he was afraid to lose was only the shadow of a world. The real one was behind him the whole time, waiting, patient, needing nothing. Feel the weight of your body where it rests. You do not have to hold anything up tonight. Not the day, not the story of the day, not even the good in you. It holds itself. The sun goes on. The good goes on. Whatever is true of you goes on, quietly, without your help, all the way through the night. There is a great relief buried in that, if you let it reach you. You have been so tired, partly because you thought it all rested on your watching. It does not. You can close your eyes on the whole of it and lose not one true thing. So let the wall go dark for a while. Let the shadows thin. What matters was never on the wall, and it is not going anywhere. And in a moment we will come back, one last time, to the room where all of this began. So come back to the room now, the same one. A dark room after midnight, and you lying still in it, the covers warm, the ceiling you cannot see somewhere above you. This is where we began, hours ago. Nothing about the room has changed. The wall is the same wall. You are the same person who lay down here and could not quiet the day. And yet something is different, and it is small. You know now what the wall is. When Plato told the story of the cave in the 7th book of the Republic, he was not describing a place under the ground, he was describing this, the dark room. The wall in front of someone who cannot yet turn. The shapes that cross it and get mistaken for the whole world. The wall was always the inside of your own eyes. The flickering was always the day, played again after dark. Let your shoulders drop. The images still come. That has not stopped, and it was never going to. A face rises on the wall, a message you read one too many times, the thing you meant to say and did not. They arrive the way they always have, out of the dark, without asking your permission. Think of how the evening started. You came to this room carrying the day like something you had to keep holding. The face, the message, the number that told you where you stood. You set it all on the wall the moment you closed your eyes, and it played, and it would not stop. It is playing still. The difference is only that your hands have come open. But notice what you are doing with them tonight. You are not reaching for them. You are not giving them names. You are not counting the ones that sting, or ranking them, or deciding which to carry into tomorrow. A shape appears, and you let it appear. It softens. It goes. Another comes, and you let that one go too. This is the whole of it. Not a fight, not a hard turning away, the neck straining against the chain, only an unclenching, the hand that gripped the wall opening. The shapes were never yours to hold, and the holding was most of the tiredness you brought to bed. Feel the weight of your body where it rests. There is nothing here that asks anything of you. Not the wall, not the shapes on it, not the voice you are listening to. The day made its demands, and the day is over. What is left is this room, and your breath, and the slow dimming of everything that seemed so urgent a few hours ago. Notice your breath. You do not need to change it. The prisoner in Plato's cave had to be dragged toward the light, and the light hurt him, and the climb was long and steep. You have done none of that tonight. You did not climb. You did not strain. You lay here in the dark and let the shapes lose their edges on their own. That, too, is a kind of turning. The gentlest kind. The kind that asks for no effort at all. If your mind has wandered, that is fine. It will wander again, and that is fine as well. Let it. The wall will still be here, and so will you, and the shapes will keep coming and keep going all night without a single one of them needing your name. You do not have to face them. You do not have to answer them. You do not have to turn back and look at a single one. You only have to lie here and breathe and let the wall grow dim. The room is very quiet now. The wall is nearly dark, and before the last of the light goes soft, there is one small thing left to set down on it, one line made to be easy to keep. Everything you have heard tonight belonged to Plato, the boy with the broad shoulders, the teacher in the marketplace, who owned nothing and asked his questions until other men's certainties came loose in their hands. The chained men, the fire behind them, the steep climb, the sun that hurt the eyes, all of it his, carried down across 2,400 years to reach this one dark room. But before the room goes fully dark, let me leave you with something small that is yours alone. Not an argument to win, not a lesson to master by morning. One line made plain enough to remember and light enough to carry down into sleep. You do not have to grip it. Let it rest on the wall in front of you, the way the shadows once rested there, only quieter now. Kinder. Plato wrote whole books, dialogues that run for hundreds of pages, cities built in words, ladders and chariots, and lines cut into four. But the cave in the end folds down to one movement. A single turn of the head. And a turn is a small enough thing to hold at the edge of sleep. Here it is. You spent the day learning the shadows by name. You can spend the night learning quietly to turn toward the thing that was casting the light all along. Let that sit for a moment. Now read it again, slower, without trying to solve it. You spent the day learning the shadows by name. That was the whole of the waking hours. The message you reread for a tone that was never there. The face whose approval you were quietly counting. The number that told you what you were worth. Each one studied. Each one named. Each one weighed as if it were the world itself. It was tiring, that naming, because the shadows would never hold still long enough to be finished. You can spend the night learning, quietly, to turn, not to fight the images, not to chase them off the wall, only to turn the way Plato's freed prisoner turned, slowly, his eyes still full of the old dark, toward the thing that was casting the light all along. The fire was always behind you. The sun was always above. Whatever is real in your life has been there the whole while, patient, throwing every shape you ever mistook for the real thing. You will not always know its name. That is fine. Plato spent a lifetime reaching for it and called it, at the last, only the good, the one light every other good borrows from. You do not need the name tonight. You only need to know it is there, behind the wall, steady, whether you watch it or not. Feel the weight of your body where it rests. You do not have to make the turn all at once. Plato never promised it would be quick. He said the path was steep and rough and that the light stings before it warms. But the turning itself is a small thing. It is only a loosening, a letting go of the wall you were once so sure of, a quarter turn, and the wall is no longer the whole of the world. One line to keep. Say it once more to yourself in your own voice, and then let it go soft at the edges. You spent the day learning the shadows by name. You can spend the night learning, quietly, to turn toward the thing that was casting the light all along. There. That is the last thing tonight that has any edges, any shape to hold, any weight to carry, anything at all that asks to be understood. Everything after this goes softer than words. Keep the line if you like, or let even the line dissolve. It was only ever a way of pointing, and you have already looked where it pointed. The fire is very low now. The wall is almost dark. There is nothing left on it worth the naming, and nothing worth the chase. Let it go now, with the light. The fire is out now. You can feel it more than see it. The room has gone quiet in the way a room goes quiet when the last small sound has left it. There is no flicker on the wall. There is no wall, really. Only the dark and you and the soft weight of your body where it rests. Let your shoulders drop. The shadows are gone. The face is gone. The message you read too many times is gone. The number that told you what you were worth, gone, with the light that made it. None of them were ever the thing itself. You know that now. You do not have to prove it. You only have to let it be true. There is nothing left to watch. Think of how much of the day was watching. the wall, the shapes, the guessing at what came next. All that careful naming, all that quiet keeping of the score. It is set down now. It does not need you tonight. It will keep without you. There is nothing left to chase. Feel the weight of your body where it rests. Notice your breath. You do not need to change it. The chase asked you to run toward things that moved because they were only shadows, and shadows always move. But you are not running now. You are lying still in a dark room after midnight, and the stillness is not something you failed to escape. It is the place you were trying to reach the whole time. Plato gave us the cave so that one prisoner could turn around. That was the whole of it, not the climb, not the sun, not the long walk back down. Those came after. First, only the turn, the small, quiet turning away from the wall. You turned tonight. You did not fight the images. You did not argue with them. You loosened your hold, one finger at a time, until they slid off the wall and went dark. That is all the turning ever was, not a battle. A letting go, and it was enough. The fire is out. The wall is dark. The shadows are gone. Nothing here asks anything of you. There is no one to become before morning. There is only the dark room and your breath and the plain fact that you are allowed to rest. If your mind wandered somewhere in these hours, that is fine. You did not have to follow every word. The turning happens in the body before it happens in the mind, and the body already knew. Let the last of the light go. You are not the shapes on the wall. You never were. You are the one who can turn away from them, and you have. Rest now. The dark is not empty. It is only quiet, and the quiet is yours. Breathe. Let the room hold you. There is nowhere else to be, and nothing else to do, and no shadow left worth the watching. Sleep now.